sent his congratulatory letter to the conference, and Vice Premier Sun Chunlan attended and addressed the opening ceremony. The conference adopted the Beijing Consensus, which marked an important milestone for international AI and education. Since the beginning of this year, the sudden strike of COVID-19 has dealt a heavy blow to the economic and social development of all countries and had a huge impact on teaching activities at educational institutions worldwide. It is a prominent subject in front of us as to how to use new technologies such as AI to advance education reform and sustainable development, to create opportunities amidst the crisis and make new ground amidst changes. In this context, we must firmly promote the implementation of the Global Education 2030 Agenda and shoulder the historical mission of laying the foundation for the future of mankind by cultivating learners and workers for the intelligent age. Against this background, Ministry of Education in China, Chinese National Commission for UNESCO, and UNESCO jointly decided to host this forum under the theme of developing competencies for the AI era. The forum will hold discussions on topics such as the future of education against the backdrop of the challenges and opportunities of AI, the essential qualities of learners in the intelligent age, curriculum development, and application in teaching in the intelligent age. With us today are high-level officials from UNESCO, representatives of ministries of education of member countries, representatives of international organizations and specialized institutions, domestic and international experts and scholars, representatives from local education department of China, and representatives of private sector. Since the beginning of this year, the UNESCO education sector has been doing remarkable work in leading the global education community to fight COVID-19. And the global education meeting just concluded with great success recently. And with that, I would like to invite Ms. Giannini to make a speech. Welcome.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chen Biaoshen, Minister of Education, People's Republic of China, dear Vice Minister of Education, Mr. Tian, Your Excellency, Mr. Agapito Mbamokui, Chairperson of the Executive Board of UNESCO, dear Ministers, distinguished guests, I'm very pleased and very glad to welcome all of you today to this international forum on artificial intelligence and the futures of education under a very important specific theme, developing competencies for the EIA era. And it's wonderful to see all of you in presence at Beijing Normal University. First of all, let me deeply thank the government of China and Your Excellency, Mr. Chen Biaoshen, for all your efforts in organizing this important forum. I would also like to express my gratitude to Beijing Normal University, TAL Education Group, and the Weidong Group for partnering this event. UNESCO is bringing its full expertise, including through our International Institute for Technologies in Education and the International Bureau of Education. And this forum builds on the first international conference on AI and education held in Beijing last year. And let me once again go to this very nice memory I have and express gratitude to the government of China and Minister Chen Baosheng for the success of this milestone event where I had the honor to chair the adoption of the Beijing Consensus. This was the first ever international document to offer guidance on AI and education. And the Beijing Consensus reaffirms UNESCO humanistic and ethical approach to the design and the use of AI, including, of course, in education. AI should be designed in the service of people, in the service of the humanity. It should be used to enhance, to boost the human capacities for sustainable development and for a better society. To this end, and to build strong respect to the rule of law in the digital world, UNESCO is leading work to develop a global recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. You will hear an update on these during the high-level panel 2 from my colleague, Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences. Thanks to her for accepting to attend and to bring her experience in this panel. The COVID-19 crisis has only accelerated somehow the need for global cooperation in the development of emerging technologies, the need for improving the quality of technologies in education, and AI is an important component of this new side of learning and teaching. AI has proven its value, let me say like this, in confronting the pandemic, but it also heightened concerns regarding privacy, regarding data protection, and the use of data beyond the needs of virus tracking. The principles of inclusiveness, diversity, and transparency are key. If we are to narrow the knowledge gap in AI, then all countries will need to step up investment in AI literacy and competencies. The core aim of this forum is then to define human high competencies, the knowledge, skills, values, all that is needed for effective human-machine collaboration, learning, and work. Future learning systems should integrate these competencies as core sets of skills for all learners in the world. And the forum, I'm sure, will facilitate knowledge on how AI competencies can be developed in schools, universities, centers of research, and through lifelong learning opportunities. And we wish to draw special attention to the empowerment of women and youth with AI competencies. Let me recall a number which can give a bit the picture of what I'm talking about. Only 22% of AI professionals are women. According to our scoping studies, many member states are progressing in developing curricula on AI competencies. However, while AI transcends subject boundaries, our curricula have not. It's still a bit what we call a silos framework. And typically, a technology-oriented approach is taken with AI only taught as part of computing curriculum. Human and in-depth ethical questions are too often ignored. For example, in arts education, should we consider and reflect on the paintings and pieces of music created by AI systems? What are the implications for the uniqueness of human intelligence? Well, UNESCO is developing a framework for AI competency development to guide a more human-centered curriculum paradigm. And this should be, for sure, an important step forwards. Beyond these, our organizations has launched an initiative on the futures of education that I'm sure you are aware of, and it's about rethinking the role of education, the role of learning and knowledge in a world of increasing uncertainty and complexity, and one being profoundly transformed by AI itself. I'm pleased that we shall co-organize with the National Commission for the Futures of Education and the National Commission of China for UNESCO a special consultation session on this topic that will enrich the deliberation of the International Commission, which will be presented next year at the General Conference of UNESCO. If we are to secure a safe and inclusive digital future for all, stated by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, we needed to reaffirm that AI must be used as a public good, a common public good. As such, the deployment and use of AI in education must be guided by the core principles of inclusion and equity. UNESCO has published 2 editions of Compendium featuring more than 80 projects on using AI solutions to advance inclusion and equity in education. They showcase AI application designed for children with autism and other important disabilities, to support self-space literacy learning, or the use of AI to detect and prevent school dropouts and to empower teachers rather than displace them. During the forum, you will find demonstration of scalable AI applications to promote inclusive learning in Africa, for instance, and to support the learning of indigenous languages, which is another important priority in terms of cultural diversity and improving the quality of learning for children in the world. Critically, the use of AI in education will only benefit if, by design, it enhances human-centered pedagogical principles and respect ethical norms and standards. The development of AI in classrooms and other learning settings should be centered on the genuine needs of teachers and students rather than on commercial imperatives. This is a very important point. Regulations are urgently needed to address the ethical issues raised by the use of AI in education, from the misuse of students' personal data by companies or the risk of undermining personal freedoms and teachers' human rights. And we need also more research on the impact of AI tools on improving educational attainment. So far, this evidence is scarce. We are at the very beginning of such a process. Going forward, the research should further review the profound impact of AI in all aspects of education. In this context, UNESCO is looking forward to deepen cooperation with all participating in this forum and the government of China to develop a real comprehensive and shared framework about this important topic. I thank you very much and wish all participants an enriching and productive forum today.
Thank you very much. And the Executive Board of UNESCO is an important governance body of UNESCO. Now I'm very glad to invite Mr. Mokoi, Chairperson of the Executive Board of UNESCO, to deliver the speech.
His Excellency Chen Boiseng, Minister of Education, Ms. Stephanie Giannini, Assistant Director General for Education at UNESCO, Excellencies, Ministers, experts, architects of artificial intelligence, scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by thanking the Ministry of Education and UNESCO National Commission of the People's Republic of China, co-organizers of this international forum on artificial intelligence and the futures of UNESCO, and His Excellency Mr. Qin Yang, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of the People's Republic of China to UNESCO, an active member of the Executive Board of the organization, for inviting me to take the floor at the opening ceremony of this forum. At the 40th session of the General Conference of UNESCO, the Secretary General of the United Nations rightfully stated that the spectacular technological advances put us at a crossroad. One path offering fantastic possibilities for improving the well-being of humanity, while the other path, however, leads to a worsening digital divide. Distinguished audience, the world of tomorrow will heavily depend on artificial intelligence. Ignoring this reality will be a grave mistake and will imply a total disconnect from the reality of the 21st century. With the advancement of technology, it has been recognized that new social and technical aspects of work systems, organizational structures, managerial practices, competencies, and skills are needed. This is why the multiple initiatives undertaken by the government of the People's Republic of China, in cooperation with international organizations such as UNESCO, to lead the way in training, research, and advancement in AI, as well as the inclusion of developing countries in this undertaking, are of extreme significance and should be applauded and very much valued. One important action that could be recommended to all nations in their quest to remaining competitive in tomorrow's world is to ensure universal access to internet. This is so important that I believe that UNESCO should lead an international campaign to ensure that access to internet becomes a right. Otherwise, the unacceptable gap between the few haves and the many have-nots will widen further to the very few haves and the too many have-nots. UNICEF and the ITU recently prepared a report estimating digital connectivity during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the report, which is entitled, "How many children and young people have internet access at home?" 2/3 of children and young people aged 25 years or less do not have internet connection at home. In high-income countries, 87% of children and young people have such a connection at home, but in low-income countries, this is the case for only 6% of the population. As stated in the same report, the actual headcount behind these percentages are striking. 2.2 billion children and young people aged 25 years or less worldwide do not have an internet connection at home. 1 billion of them live in Asia and Africa. One cannot emphasize the gravity of this unfortunate reality, particularly given the critical importance of access to the internet in the era of technological advancement and artificial intelligence of the 21st century. If there is a lesson that the world should have learned from the coronavirus pandemic, it is that multilateralism is the way forward. I once again welcome the initiative that UNESCO and the People's Republic of China have taken to organize this timely and important forum on artificial intelligence. Dear participants, the Beijing Consensus recommends that UNESCO reinforces the leading role of AI in education across concerned sectors and mobilizes the organization institutes and networks with a specific focus on the integration of AI skills into ICT competency frameworks. It also recommends that UNESCO to further expand its cooperation in the field of AI in education with relevant partners. To my knowledge, no global institute is solely responsible for this vital subject. My appeal, therefore, to the government of the People's Republic of China is to give serious consideration to the proposal to establish a UNESCO Category 1 institute in the field of artificial intelligence. Such an institute would concentrate its effort on artificial intelligence, permit further strengthening of South-South cooperation, and assist developing countries that desperately need support to ensure connectivity to the internet. Curricular reforms for the AI era, training and foresight. These functions cannot be secondary. They should constitute the principal objective of a specialized institute. This is vital for the survival of billions of human beings worldwide in the era of artificial intelligence. I hereby conclude by thanking you for your kind attention. 谢谢。
谢谢莫库伊先生。现在
Mr. Mukui. Next, let me invite Minister of Education of China, Mr. Chen Baoshen, to deliver the
尊敬的联合国教科文组织执行局主席莫库伊先生，
Your Excellency, Mr. Mukui, Chairperson of the Executive Board of UNESCO, Your Excellency, Ms. Giannini, Assistant Director General of Education of UNESCO, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good day. In the past year, we have experienced the impact of COVID-19, which is rarely seen in human history and still raging the world. The pandemic has dealt a heavy blow on education worldwide, and governments and the education sectors of various countries have responded with all-out efforts by introducing online education on an unprecedented massive scale. New technologies such as AI has shown tremendous potential to transform education. The pandemic will end one day, but the world will be a different place. Education will not be the same either. Education bears on the future of humanity. It is our shared responsibility to plan the development of education with a vision for the future. With the joint efforts and support of all sides, we gather today via video link or in person to discuss the highly relevant theme of developing competencies for the AI era. Hereby, on behalf of the Ministry of Education of the People's Republic of China, I wish to express sincere thanks to UNESCO for your partnership in hosting this forum, and a warm welcome and heartfelt regards to ministers, representatives of various countries, experts, representatives of international organizations, private sector, and all the participants attending this event online or in person. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial revolution is happening right now, characterized by the extensive application of new technologies such as AI, cloud computing, blockchain, 5G, and so on. The intelligent age is drawing is dawning on us with changes that are about to transform human society. In this context, it is the mission of education to help equip each and everyone with the skills and abilities to capitalize on the new technology for a better lives. We need to accelerate the development of higher quality education. As new professions emerge in a faster manner in the new era, such qualities and skills as innovation, communication, teamwork, the ability to solve complicated issues, and the ability to work with machines will be essential. We have to plan for a high-quality education system. The contents, forms, assessment, teaching platforms, and qualities of teachers all need to be reformed to ensure that every learner can access quality education and achieve the well-rounded development they need to get themselves ready for the new era. We need to accelerate the development of a more equitable and more inclusive education. While bringing humanity great good, technological advancement may widen the gap between different groups. The negative impact of digital divide has been made evident by global online teaching during this pandemic. And the wide use of the internet and AI in education has made it possible for the whole society to share quality education resources. We should leverage those technologies to provide everyone with quality education that is more equitable and more inclusive, to let the whole society share quality education resources so as to contribute to greater social equity and harmony in the age of intelligence. We need to accelerate the development of personalized education as well. Over 2,500 years ago, the ancient Chinese educator Confucius put forward the concept of education based on the personal traits of each individual. Progress in AI has provided the possibility to promote personalized development. We should apply the new technologies to create new, smarter learning environment better suited to each individual's needs. By doing so, learners with different personalities, interests, advantages, and potentials can all be educated in their own customized ways and grow into someone who have the ability to not only develop themselves, but also contribute to social welfare and the public good. We need to accelerate the development of more open and flexible education. The human society is developing faster and faster. More breathtaking changes will take place as we enter the intelligent age. To keep up with the times, education needs to be more open and flexible. The concepts and content of education should be renewed to match the needs of industrial and social development of the times. New platforms and pedagogies should be created to provide lifelong learning opportunities for all, and to integrate educational development with economic and social progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in the past 5 years, the Chinese government has been implementing the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And we have given priority to education as part of the economic and social development. China's Education Modernization 2030 and the 5-year implementation plan have been released and enacted. The development of education has entered into a new level. By the end of 2019, China had 530,000 educational institutions at all levels and of all kinds. There are 280 million in-school students. In terms of the gross admission rate, it was 83.4% for preschool education, 94.8% for the 9-year compulsory education, 89.5% for the senior high school education, education and 51.6% for higher education. Higher education has reached a new phase featuring greater popularization. 99.7% of the middle and primary schools, including teaching spots, have access in the internet. 98.7% of the campus broadband connections are faster than 100 Mbps since the start of
实现了停课不停学。今年秋季已全部复课复学。同时，中国的教育发展仍然存在不平衡、不充分问题，存在不少短。
Of course, we know that we need to fully leverage new technologies for the reform and education models to allow students to learn online when school was suspended due to the epidemic. And at the fifth plenary session of the 19th CPC Central Committee convened last month, overall arrangements have been made for the coming 5 years and for the modernization of China by 2035. Such goals has building a high-quality education system and a country's strong education has been set up clearly. And we are the education policy.
各学科学业质量标准和体制与健康法，构建现代化的课程教学体系，全面建设高素质专业化创新型教学，积极推进产教融合、科教融合和产学研用协同育人，健全学校、家庭、社会协同的育人体系。 着力增强学生文明素养、社会责任意识、实践本领，促进学生德智体美劳全面发展。二是，在促进公平包容上着力，完善促进城乡区域教育协调发展的保障机制，不断推进各级教育高水平、高质量普及。 推动义务教育优质均衡发展，精准帮扶家庭经济困难学生、残疾少年儿童、农村留守儿童等弱势群体，完善数字教育资源公共服务体系，推动优质资源开放共享，推动。
And targeted assistance will be provided to vulnerable groups such as families with financial difficulties, youngsters and children with disabilities, and children left in rural areas. The public service system for digital education sources will be enhanced to make lifelong learning possible and easier for life. More diverse resources will be made accessible so that everyone can enjoy learning in a social atmosphere that enables and encourages learning. Third, we will focus on the application of the new technology. We will keep deepening our understanding of how learning should be done, use new technologies such as AI to create new teaching methods, support differentiated teaching, and personalized learning with such technologies as educational data mining, learning analysis, and deep learning. We will explore the possibility of using new technologies for diversified and cross-based evaluation and the creation of students' growth profiles that are multidimensional and more accurate so as to build a better designed and more comprehensive education system assessment system. We will strengthen the role of modern technology in supervision and demonstration of constantly improve efficiency and effectiveness of education governance. We will improve the rules of security management and ethics of digital technology application to prevent misuses of such technology, which may harm the interest of teachers and students and undermine public. And fourthly, we will further open up our education. China believes that education should face the world and seek common development with new countries. We are firmly committed to opening up of education, and will keep strengthening exchanges and cooperation with various countries and international organizations, including UNESCO. We are upgrading the Belt and Road Education Action, encouraging people to study abroad, improving the policy and the services for international students in China, and bringing excellent education resources. We will play a bigger part in major actions and global governance in education, expand the supply of international public goods of education, provide all possible assistance to developing countries, and make joint efforts with other countries to realize the SDG 4. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, COVID-19 has made it evident that humanity is a community with a shared future. To embrace the age of intelligence, we need to join our hands and pool our efforts. And China stands by ready to continue to organize international meetings on artificial intelligence and education, and work together with all sides to follow through on the Beijing Consensus adopted at last year's conference. First, let us strengthen policy dialogues. With the view to meeting the SDGs, we should uphold multilateralism, support the leadership of UNESCO, carry out policy dialogues and exchanges on such topics as talent, cultivation, teacher training, curriculum development, IPR protection, ethics rules, and education governance, so as to jointly map out the future of education. Second, let us promote mutual learning. By learning from each other, we aim to usher in a wave of educational innovation and to explore the laws governing education in the intelligent age together. We look to enhance mutual understanding through exchanges and conversations so as to let students gain a better understanding of the community with a shared future for humanity. Third, let us share quality resources. We should stay committed to the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. We need to fully leverage new technologies and pool our strengths to make quality education resources accessible to more people, especially those in the least developed countries and regions, to bridge the digital divide, realize the inclusive development, and create a better world for all. I wish a full, complete success for the forum. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Chen Baosheng. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, and now we are going to have the high-level dialogue. Let's invite Assistant Director General for Education of UNESCO to preside over the dialogue. And let's invite Mr. Sobita Will from UNESCO to chair the high-level dialogue.
Thank you very much, apologies on behalf of the Assistant Director General, who is attending right now the education segment of the UNESCO Executive Board. So good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Welcome to this high-level panel. This session will be an opportunity to learn from national experiences, from national strategies and programs in response to three questions. One, how can education systems ensure ethical, inclusive, and equitable use of artificial intelligence in education? 2, how can education prepare us for a future where we will increasingly be living and working and learning with AI? And 3, how can AI be leveraged to enhance or to reimagine education? So we're fortunate to have with us a range of outstanding speakers for this panel. The speakers will focus on the development of competencies, competencies understood as knowledge, skills, and values needed for effective human-machine collaboration in life, in learning, and in work. So today I'm honored to introduce the speakers who are joining us today. We have the Minister of Education, Science and Sports of Slovenia, Her Excellency Simona Kustek. We have the Vice Minister of Education of China, His Excellency Mr. Jen Fuji. We also have the Minister of Education of the United Arab Emirates, Mr. Hussein bin Ibrahim Al Hamadi. We have the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology from South Sudan, His Excellency Mr. Gabriel Changson Chang. Also with us, the Minister of Education of Ethiopia, Dr. Getahon Mekoria. And finally, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Science and Education of Croatia, Ms. Ivana Franic. So I would like to start by giving the floor to Minister Simona Kustek of Slovenia. Slovenia has been one of the champion countries in promoting the use of artificial intelligence to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Your Excellency, Madame Kustek, your government has also established the International Center, Research Center on Artificial Intelligence. It's one of, it is the first, actually, the first UNESCO Category 2 center of its kind. So we'd like to hear from you about your government's efforts to promote ethical and effective use of AI in education. And in particular, we're keen to know how you're developing AI competencies and preparing for an era of artificial intelligence. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dobro jutro to everybody. Dear Excellency, Mr. Chen Baosheng, Minister of Education of the People's Republic of China, dear Assistant Director General for Education of UNESCO, Ms. Stefania Giannini, dear Chairperson of the Executive Board of UNESCO, Mr. Agapito Amba Mokui, dear Chairperson of the Chinese National Commission for UNESCO, and Vice Minister of Education, Mr. Tian Xeyun, dear ministers, dear and respectful excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Combining excellence in artificial intelligence with the excellence in open education, in doing so, and from this perspective, Slovenia is for decades a very active country in developing, piloting, and testing various technology-enhanced learning approaches. Providing access to education to everyone through free and open education has become one of our main goals. Together with UNESCO, Slovenia has successfully led the process of the UNESCO recommendation on open educational resources, followed now by the International Dynamic Coalition on open education resources, reflecting a strong focus on the role of artificial intelligence tools in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 4. On the other hand, Slovenia has also a long track record and excellence in researching, developing, and deploying artificial intelligence. This resulted, among others, in the recently established first International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence under the auspices of UNESCO, as was already said. The four main objectives of the center are directly supporting the Beijing Consensus, in particular in deploying artificial intelligence to support education, global collaboration on artificial intelligence, research in education, and establishing global, accessible, and free education on artificial intelligence. There are already concrete discussions on strategic and global collaboration on artificial intelligence solving global challenges with other UNESCO member states. In particular, I would like to mention the intentions and interest of strategic collaboration on artificial intelligence in education with the United Arab Emirates, with my distinguished colleague and good friend of Slovenia, Her Excellency Mr. Hussein bin Ibrahim Hamadi, Minister of Education. Slovenia also sees its role in artificial intelligence and education in participating in collaborative research, development, and deployment of artificial intelligence in education, exchanging good practices, programs, and resources in order to create artificial intelligence-supported education solutions and practices. That does not only include technologies, methods, and tools, but also supporting policies, proper organization of the educational environment, and in particularly support of national and international schemes that include incentives, education about artificial intelligence, and public awareness raising, of course. There are several examples of international collaboration. It is worth mentioning on international projects x5gon.org that has developed an artificial intelligence-driven, openly accessible global open educational resources processing platform that is providing well-structured, translated, and evaluated OERs to anyone. Through the work of IRCA, Slovenia is actively participating in the process of the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which touches the vital part of the Beijing Consensus of how can education systems ensure the ethical, inclusive, and equitable use of artificial intelligence in education. Slovenia understands that most of the challenges related to artificial intelligence in education are of global nature and that can only be addressed through a global collaboration. This is why Slovenia is building upon existing bilateral, regional, and international mechanisms that can support IRCAI in creating an extensive international network of artificial intelligence researchers and education experts connected with the program committees in IRCAI. As you can see, Slovenia is committed to openly share its best practices, collaborate unconditionally to anyone, and has set up mechanisms to do so. And I'm inviting other countries, governments, educational organizations, research institutes, companies, non-governmental organizations, individual experts to jointly pursue the goal of making education fun, stimulating, accessible, inclusive, open, and global through the power of human and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, one of the most strategic technologies of the 21st century, has the potential to benefit many sectors, including education and training, and contributes to the way we build the future on our common values. Artificial intelligence is in particular efficient in processing the complex spaces, what a global education definitely is. A global, vast content and service space with various approaches, languages, cultures, educational systems, policies, and more. We see the future of artificial intelligence in education to help students and teachers tackle such complex spaces and make it easily manageable. Here, I can also be a bit provocative. With as much as half of all current jobs going away in the next 10 to 12 years, let's adopt the following mission: making learning accessible and feasible for every single citizen and employee. Let's build an open and transparent Netflix of education for the knowledge economy by starting opening educational resources. Slovenia would suggest governments and institutions should be called to shift from the pure consumer-driven approach, which is characteristic of the business sector, to joint development and self-development approaches via the new UNESCO-led and Slovenia-supported dynamic coalition for open educational resources designed to expand and consolidate commitments to actions, strategies, and legislation in open educational resources. Slovenia sees the education to shift with the help of artificial intelligence from system-based to personalized, from local to global, from obligatory to appealing, from boring to exciting. Here are some examples of challenges that artificial intelligence can solve. How can students and teachers access content from all over the globe with the help of artificial intelligence? How can artificial intelligence help teachers to create and orchestrate the educational process? How can artificial intelligence make learning personal, motivating, unobstructive? How can artificial intelligence help to bridge the divide between various national credential systems? The main competencies that we need to build are not in developing artificial intelligence, but in the use of artificial intelligence. We wonder, how can governments be committed to the building of a digital-ready workforce that can use technology effectively to support individuals and citizens with their educational systems and services in the present, and as new artificial intelligence technologies emerge in the future? We see artificial intelligence not as a separate competence, but the capability to properly and efficiently use artificial intelligence enabling tools. This is why artificial intelligence would need to start penetrating formal and informal education in the same way as digital competencies started in early 90s of the previous century. For example, Slovenia has developed and pilots a tool that will allow users to diagnose capability gaps according to digital capabilities framework, making recommendations of learning resources based on the gaps, and then enable participants to reassess their abilities based on what they have learned, using artificial intelligence to tag and identify resources. There is much more about all already mentioned to discuss and to talk about during our meeting, during our conference. And I'm sincerely convinced that we are going to tackle and address many of the related topics. And in doing so, I wish us all the best, and of course also to stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Kustek. That was a very rich presentation of the issues. Thank you for giving a quick overview of the experiences in Slovenia and in the field of AI and open educational resources, but also for your stressing the strategic nature of AI and the global nature of the issues, and how we need to link our experiences, but also our realities and our educational context with this increasingly interconnected global space. And because of that, the cooperation that is essential. We know how active Slovenia has been on different fronts, but you also mentioned some of the bilateral cooperation, and you did specify in particular the United Arab Emirates. So I'll use this as an opportunity to move to Mr. Hussein bin Ibrahim Al Hamadi of the United Arab Emirates, the first country to appoint a Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, and that obviously is a strong signal of the government's commitment to leveraging AI as a priority, as a strategic priority to support national development. So I would like to invite His Excellency Minister Hussein bin Ibrahim Al Hamadi to share some of that experience, in particular innovative AI solutions and AI in education programs emerging from the efforts and the experience in the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, good morning to some of you and good evening to some of you because of the global platform that we are using today. First, I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Chen Guoxian, Minister of Education in the People's Republic of China, for inviting me as a UAE representative to participate in the International Forum on Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Education, co-organized with the UNESCO. And I'd like also to thank all the participants and all the supporters of this kind of conference, which really we need at this stage. And I would like to kick off my speech by quoting from His Excellency Mr. Cheng, the Minister of Education from China, where he says, artificial intelligence is an engine that holds immense power in reshaping human society and a human life. If we do a reflection on this statement and we think about it in a more general approach, here in the UAE, what we have done is we have been moving very aggressively to answer a key question revolving around excellence in reshaping human society and the betterment of a human life through education. The question is, how can education system ensure ethical, inclusive, and equitable use of AI in education? One statement that we have been hearing in recent days, and it's about COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 broke out. We did not be able to predict it. We were not able to predict this happening in the future. We could have never predicted the pandemic that will lead to worldwide closure of a school and education and impact most type of industries. However, we could have always predicted that a new reality of education will be imposed eventually with the introduction of the fourth industrial revolution and AI. And we were aware that students and how they learn will change. And remote education will be happening, and education from anywhere will be happening. And as Her Excellency mentioned from Slovenia, that AI is coming, and we have to be ready for it and prepare ourselves for it. In the UAE, for instance, we have strategy working on digitally transforming education and building the infrastructure and the enabler from 2012. And we had discussion and conferences, and we learned a lot on how to implement a system like this. And the program was called Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Smart Learning Program. It had one main objective. This objective was unique in 2012, creating a unique learning experience for student, teacher, and parent, and providing access to quality education. And we can confidently predict that what's going to happen next now is moving toward more learning experience that is inclusive, preserving the uniqueness of each student while intensifying the sense of belonging, and breaking any inequality created by status, gender, ethnicity, or geographical location. And the solution is AI. AI will be the building block for this kind of system in creating accessible, quality, and inclusive learning experience. And this is what this conference is about. In the UAE, we have been leading in this direction by making bold transformation. For example, initiating an aggressive long-term plan to retire all the textbook, and also reciprocating with a rather more aggressive plan to invest in a world-class education media center. We invested in the center to create quality and abundance of digital content that's available. Then we start working in personalization of learning and introducing accelerator to push forward the student with a unique ability through a dual credit system, bridging K-12 system with the higher education institution, locally and internationally. Such accelerator can only work if learning is delivered in an adaptively and some sort of machine learning enabled platform with a clear objective to cut cost by increasing efficiency and also enhancing desire for learning through personalization of content and providing abundance of learning resources. With AI and machine learning capabilities, acceleration will become the norm for each student instead of a special program for outlier in the tail of the bell curve. We believe each student has a gift and a talent that we need to discover proactively and invest in it adaptively. The second thing that we have discussed in this panel is how can we really leverage AI? How can we leverage AI in a way that will enhance or reinvent education? And as the speaker has mentioned about the research and development and the investment in really reinventing education by using the power of AI. In the UAE, we have been moving also toward a knowledge economy, knowledge-based economy. We have declared the year 2020 as a year to mobilize the whole nation to design the roadmap toward our 2071 with a big and between parentheses impossible ambition and goal, with the education being the engine and the heart of this long-term plan. We move forward. We move forward with these plans despite the COVID-19 circumstances. Honestly, for me, I see COVID-19 is an accelerator and intensified the changes toward our goal because it has showed us in a short time what can be done with using AI and smart learning platform. We took our first leap toward building an AI-enabled education by guaranteeing having access to clean data. It's very important that the data to be clean. And hence, we have invested in establishing an educational data center that will act as the hub and the brain to safeguard, analyze all relevant data that is related to education, whether on the system level to provide recommendation to decision maker and assisting in designing policy based on sound scientific evidence, or on a school level by improving education management system for better efficiency and effectiveness, leading to an overall optimized productivity, or accelerating learning by boosting our existing ecosystem in the UAE. By adding an AI tool and enabling new form of learning and teaching support, and using the teacher as this platform as an enabler will improve the overall learning experience. It was critical to make sure all stakeholders were a part of this designing the future of learning, while guaranteeing transparency throughout the process, facilitating debate around the benefit of AI and the risk it might impose. First, it's critical to make sure that teachers can cope with any changes quite rapidly. Hence, we have been keen on building up the capacity to reskill teachers for the future, and the AI-enabled education through a world-class facility for training teachers. And an evidence to that was during the pandemic. We managed to train all our teachers in a span of 1 week only and move to fully remote learning system. And we continue to do so post the pandemic now. And also we are working on a hybrid learning platform that we think that this kind of platform we will continue using post-COVID-19. Plus, we really have to think about the teacher and what digital skill they can use and how AI pedagogically can be used and how can be effective. And this is really a challenge and an open area of research. But also, on the other hand, we cannot turn a blind eye on the negative effect digital transformation and AI might have in the well-being of the student, teacher, parents. For instance, in the UAE, we have launched an initiative that aims to build smart security structure in the school, making the UAE the first country in the world to apply the concept of safe schools for its all public and private school in accordance with the European Union standard for safe internet. We really need to answer one fundamental question. What is the impact of AI on the skills? AI is fundamentally changing the quality and the quantity of the job of the future, as was mentioned by the ministers. Hence, the demand for the skill is drastically shifting. Revisiting our initial narrative of AI, reshaping the future and the human life skill need to be closely related to the economic growth and the individual well-being for a future knowledge society. That is enabled by AI. There are three kinds of skill we need if we are deploying AI. We need people who have skills to develop and manage AI, which will require highly skilled individual with solid computer science background. We need people who have the skill to work with AI, which will require skill relevant to problem solving, creativity, and innovation. Then the skill for the people to live with AI. To live with AI, that does not mean every citizen must be a good coder, but they need to have sense of AI potential and limitation. Aligned with this, we have introduced a framework integrating, and this is very unique in UAE, integrating computer science curriculum, design and technology curriculum, and a creative design and innovation collectively focusing on both. We are trying to work very hard in the soft skill, like problem solving, creativity, innovation, and plus the hard skill, like programming, computer network, AI, and information security. Beyond the book knowledge, we have heavily invested in creating an extracurriculum activity framework that function in parallel to the curriculum activity with a focus on creating, applying, transferring, and using knowledge. For instance, we have launched a series of national competition for AI and robotic in line with our Vision 2021 for school system. The UAE has the strategy for artificial intelligence 2031. We have the National Science, Technology and Innovation Festival that's happening each year, and we have showcased the student skills and their ability to do research, innovate, and solve real daily problems. But we have to think also beyond K-12. In the UAE, we have established the Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. It is very unique in itself, focusing mainly in AI and advance of scientific research, development, and transfer and use of artificial intelligence through master and PhD program and research centers. For the above reason, we need to embrace the concept of lifelong learning, since the demand spectrum for the skill will always be shifting and changing as technology evolves. And we have to be ready, and we have to cooperate, and we have to exchange ideas. And it is not a local issue, it's a global issue. So having this conference, we are working together to find the best solution that will enable the whole world to continue to prosperous, live in peace, and wish you all the best, and hope we have strong recovery very soon from COVID-19. And thank you for inviting me to this conference.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for sharing that. You really highlighted the fact that the COVID-19 educational disruption, despite the cost that we know on learning, on educational processes, has also been an accelerator of possible transformation. And you've shared ideas on based on the experiences of UAE on an accelerator perhaps to move beyond textbooks, to develop media center and digital content, to enhance personalized learning, to build on the experience of hybrid learning platforms that were used during school closures, and really feeding into the longer term vision of the knowledge-based economy that you had referred to, where education is at the heart, is the engine. You also mentioned the question of skills, and Minister Kustek mentioned it earlier, that AI is perhaps not a separate set of skills, but rather a capability for the effective effective and ethical use of AI. And with this, I would like to move to Vice Minister Jen Fuji. We did hear earlier today from the Minister Chen. We heard the inspiring opening remarks, but we'd like to hear a little more from the experience of China, in particular, Vice Minister, given your responsibilities and your expertise in the area of curriculum and assessment, perhaps on the idea of AI competencies and the efforts being made in China to develop AI competencies, and what that implies in terms of innovation in teaching and learning. Vice Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator and distinguished excellencies and dear ministers and ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and good day. I am very glad to be invited to attend the International Forum on AI and Future Education. And currently, we know that the ongoing technological revolution and industrial revolution is ongoing. We are entering into an intelligent age characterized by the wide application of AI. The needs of society are changing in a profound way. The middle and primary school students today will be the mainstay of the labor market 10 or 20 years from now. We need to plan the future education in a way that can prepare themselves for work and life in the intelligent age. In recent years, China has been actively exploring the future-oriented reform in the curricular system and evaluation system. And now I would like to share my observations of China's practice in the reform and development of the basic education in the following three aspects.
Firstly, we should set the target of future talent cultivation based on new trends. Social demands inevitably will change profoundly in the intelligent age. First and foremost, in modes of production. Extensive application of new technologies many represented by AI, will fully transform traditional industries and accelerate the development of digital industry. As some old industries will be replaced by new ones, the structure of human resources demands will also change accordingly. New demands on the information literacy and innovation ability of the talents will be put forth. Second, people's way of life will change. The intelligent age will bring about closer people-to-people connection and a people-to-things connection in a wider scope, making the world a community with a shared future for humanity. In the meantime, various media, while facilitating interpersonal communication, also creates new requirements on discerning information, conducting cooperation and communication, and coping with ethical and moral issues. Third, the way of learning will change. AI will construct a more open learning environment and build a learning society where everyone can learn whenever and wherever they want. That will inevitably put forward new requirements on the ability to learn and self-development. School education needs to follow these trends closely and respond with the clear goals for future talent cultivation. Emphasis should be given to the cultivation of proper values, essential characters, and core competencies that can enable lifelong personal development and suit future development of society. First, attention should be paid on fostering information literacy. Students should be empowered with the information awareness, computational thinking, and digital learning ability so that they can survive and thrive in a digital world. Second, attention should be paid to the cultivation of higher order competencies. Those include critical thinking, the courage to explore and innovate, the consciousness and ability to reflect and introspect. These can help students cope with the uncertainties of future society. Third, attention should be given to reinforcing the sense of social responsibility. We should stress the importance of self-discipline, interdependence, teamwork, sense of responsibility, and equip students with the correct attitude, right values, and ethical standards about technology and society, so as to help them understand the concept of a community with a shared future for mankind that is open and inclusive to diverse cultures. Secondly, we should apply new concepts to improve the ways of talent cultivation. In order to cultivate the talent for the intelligent age, we must start from now to build a corresponding new course and textbook system, promote teaching reform, and change the approaches of talent cultivation followed by educational institutions. First, we must redesign the curriculum system to highlight the development of core competencies. The curriculum is not just an education and teaching system, but also reflects the goal of talent cultivation. It should be designed in a way to reflect that goal. In order to prepare students for all kinds of challenges and changes in the intelligent age, we must rebuild the curriculum based on the requirements of the intelligent age and organically align the logics of life with the logic of disciplines. At the same time, attention should be given to big concepts, big ideas, comprehensive themes, and basic knowledge to reconstruct the contents of curriculum and improve the presentation of the concepts. To guide school teaching to shift from focusing on departing discipline knowledge to cultivate personal development through discipline education. AI courses should also be included and also popularized. Second, teaching materials should be chosen based on the needs to develop the core competencies of students. Based on the life experience of students and the actual situation of social development, materials from real life should be chosen so as to allow students to learn, practice, and innovate as they try to identify and analyze actual problems in real life. In this way, they are trained to cope with the constantly changing and complex real world. With a view to producing innovative and versatile talent with practical skills, textbooks should be made more diversified and relevant. Teaching materials in new and more vivid forms that deeply integrate ICT with education and comprehensively use multiple media should be created to cater to the diversified learning needs in the intelligent age. Third, focus should be given to improve teaching methods to foster core competencies of students. Research on learning science should be strengthened to explore new teaching methods based on the laws of learning to make learning more effective. Smart devices can be used to allow students to study online and offline, together or on their own, in class or in different venues. A more open and flexible teaching system should be built to promote individualized learning and to provide the education that meets the needs of every student. Thirdly, we should improve the evaluation methods and system to reflect the new trend. Education evaluation bears on the direction of education development. It determines how teaching activities will be conducted. Reform of education evaluation will become an important subject of educational reform in the intelligent age. First, the concept underpinning the evaluation needs to be updated. Steered by the cultivation of core competencies, the evaluation should shift its focus from knowledge to quality. Emphasis should be put on students' ability to spot, analyze, and solve real problems, and on how they put their values in practice. The role of evaluation to promote learning should be strengthened by embedding evaluation in the learning process. The feedback and adjustment mechanism should be set up to help students build confidence. The concept of diversified evaluation should be stressed by applying multi-dimensional criteria and encouraging students to explore and express their views so as to avoid the tendency of homogenization. Second, new methods of evaluation should be adopted. Evaluation should be based on the observation, record, and analysis of the learning process. There should be combined use of hands-on practices, work display, or oral reports. Attention should be paid to typical behaviors, and evaluation should be performance-based. There should be in-depth integration of evaluation based on exam and evaluation aided by new technology. Intelligent learning system based mainly on cloud computing and big data should be supported and encouraged by using data mining and other technologies to monitor real-time learning progress and status, so as to provide students with such services as comprehensive and effective intelligent diagnosis and to support individualized learning. Third, supervision and assessment should be improved. These include scientific and effective evaluation methods that are results-oriented, process-based, value-added based, and comprehensive. Efforts should be made to carry out cross-cutting evaluation that covers the whole learning process of students in all grades and all factors evaluation that involves knowledge, ability, and values. A regional education evaluation system that involves government, schools, and society should be set up in a faster manner. The use of evaluation results should be supported and improved with sufficient use of AI and other technologies. Evaluation should be used for setting direction, spotting problems, making adjustments, and improvement. The tasks to chart the course for the future development and reform of basic education calls for our combined dedication and hard work. We stand ready to work together with you all to draw the new blueprint and meet new challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Minister Jen Fuji. Important to recall the three main dimensions of cultivating future talent, the ethical dimension, and working towards open learning environments. You did helpfully mention some of the thinking in China in terms of the implications on the types of competencies, on curriculum, on teachers, on assessment. And it's interesting to note also that in the COVID-19 disruption, there has been in many cases some shift in focus of assessment, moving away from larger scale assessments and giving greater importance to formative school-based and local assessments in the service of learning. You have also echoed what we've heard from the other speakers in terms of moving towards a more inclusive, open, global community, but that is also respectful of the diversity of realities. And I would like to now move to Minister Mr. Gabriel Changson-Chang, from South Sudan, Minister of Education of South Sudan. We are in this effort increasingly interconnected and moving towards this global space, and yet we have to be mindful and inclusive of the diversity of realities. UNESCO has also had the honor of having you at Mobile Learning Week very recently. But Your Excellency, I would like you to just give us some idea in terms of South Sudan, the context of a developing country, how the government is developing plans to promote the use of AI in education at various levels. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to Your Excellencies, the Minister of Education of the People's Republic of China, the UNESCO representative, and then the People's Republic of China Commission for UNESCO for organizing this informative forum, and also, more importantly, for inviting the Republic of South Sudan to participate. Well, as you know, we are the youngest country in the world, number 293, and youngest in Africa, number 54. So you can see the divergence between the presenters who came earlier with that of South Sudan. But nevertheless, we are part of the international community, and therefore we have to participate with whatever little we have, so that we also gain from their experiences and also exert efforts to catch up with the development world. Well, in South Sudan, we have our educational system, we have our universities, but I would like to walk you through briefly on what we think will be the trend of AI in education. First, the world is facing many facet dynamic changes, both positive and negative, including the more increasing application of artificial intelligence technologies in education. For the last 2 decades, the role of artificial intelligence in education has increasingly become vital and noticeable, even in low-tech countries like South Sudan. With the unexpected dawning or outbreak of COVID-19 and the emphasis placed on distance and remote learning as mode of education, artificial intelligence in education is going to take center stage in education, opening up opportunities and challenges. Rapidly changing technology and introduction of computer and high-speed internet, the traditional system of education is changing too. Traditionally, some AIED tools are gradually replacing humans as effective tutors. The concept of classrooms with many children inside is rapidly changing, and with computers, a classroom of only an individual will be the norm. As indicated in my last presentation, for the first time, our education system in response to COVID-19 is expanding in the use of technologies such as smartphones, computer games, simulations, WhatsApp, tablets, digital textbooks, robotics as effective and indispensable educational tools. Online courses, which were not recognized before, are now becoming widespread. As the field of AIED evolves, the goals, theories, focuses, priorities, and practices of education are shifting too. The evolving role of AIED is replete with new opportunities and challenges as indicated below. One area experiencing a rapid change is the role of teachers. The traditional view of teachers as controllers, transmitters, and processors of knowledge seem to be fading away. Robots and some computer programs are increasingly taking over this role and to some degree have proven to be effective tutors and mentors to learners. AI technologies are becoming the brains driving the future of education processes and products in various fields. The question is then, which often surfaces as people discuss AIED is, can robots and computer programs replace the role of human teachers? In higher education, as South Sudan is experiencing now during COVID-19, the role of teachers is limited to supporting learners in seeking, finding, and integrating information, and in supervising their collaborative works as independent learners and thinkers. Is this role going to change in the near future as a result of artificial intelligence education advances? I think we still need human teachers, that is AI and human intelligence to work in unison, whether at universities or at lower levels. The focus, in my view, should be on how to develop technologies to assist teachers in supporting students to become better learners rather than replacing them. The aims and objectives of education as a result of advanced technological world are also changing. Educational objectives in the 21st century are shifting from preparation for workforce by offering rigid body of knowledge to that of giving learners the tools to become adaptive experts and on-the-job learners. The dynamic nature of job requirements strongly compels schools and universities to develop curricula that focus on knowledge application, collaboration, and self-regulated learning skills, digital skills, critical thinking, problem solving, and other job-specific skills that allow for job mobility and adaptation to continuous changing world economics. This now poses a challenge to many developing countries where the need for curricula that correlate with requirements of 21st century is imperative. This has been strongly emphasized in African Union Agenda 2063 and the call for development of education, science, technology, and innovation, which the continent is driving its member states to take as a priority. Currently, in response to this vision, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology has strongly advised universities to revise their curricula to meet these requirements. In addition, it has embarked on establishment of 4 polytechnic colleges. In all these developments, AIED is definitely going to take a lead in providing strong support for education and inculcating and cultivating learners' innovative spirit and practical ability. AIED, in addition, will play a crucial role in creating tools to enrich education resources and thus provides conducive learning environment. More importantly, while assessments were used previously to measure the knowledge state of the learner, there is a growing movement to use assessments to capture learning trajectories and processes. Assessment shifts will also require innovative tools that will employ AIED from being a summative measure of performance to an ongoing formative measure that improves just-in-time support. We have some challenges we are facing in this area, and notably, the big question is how can these be achieved in the imbalanced technological world? How long will a country like South Sudan take to enhance its technological muscles and to adopt them into its schools and universities? How much it has to provide to achieve such goals? Can the Millennium Goal for quality and equality and equity in education be achieved in such imbalanced situation where some countries like South Sudan have none of the technologies needed? These and more questions in such a forum need to be reflected on collectively to achieve the slogan of education for all. As literature suggests, a major challenge for current schooling practices is that of personalization. While learners bring different experiences, goals, and backgrounds, the current AIED schooling system struggles to offer individualized learning paths. This poses a challenge with an ethical dimension, that is, overly structured school curricula and lack of collaborative or group play-based learning activities in educational practices, which has been an essential goal of education for centuries. In addition, another challenge associated with AIED, the global nature of education it offers. Traditionally, education was seen as a socio-cultural phenomenon, a conduit through which community values, norms, and identity are passed from generation to the next. As educational resources become increasingly global, how can community norms and culture be preserved? How can community values be embedded through machines developed within a specific culture or cultures, be contextualized in another culture? With increased personalization and globalization in education, states need to address resultant challenges in order to make a substantial impact on learners' educational experiences. Benefits of AIED as we see them, with evolving role of AI in education, teaching and learning environment are also shifting and extending beyond the walls of classrooms. With the introduction of e-learning facilities and portable technologies, learning takes place in any time or at any time and anywhere. In fact, these technologies encourage informal and self-learning, making it a lifelong and life-wide exercise. While this comes also a lot of complexity in terms of assignments given to learners, learning goals, and required literacies. The biggest rift-off is with the training of engineers, scientists, and other technical education. Here, simulation software brings in very big savings in terms of resources saved from the elimination of various labs. South Sudan ascribes to the vision of Education 2030 that aims to transform lives through education, recognizing the important role of education as a main driver of development and in achieving the other proposed SDGs. We acknowledge that higher education has significantly advanced with the help of ICT tools. Apparently, AI has the potential to accelerate the process of achieving the global education goals through reducing barriers to access learning, automating management processes, and optimizing methods in order to improve learning outcomes. Since independence, the share of education spending and investment in South Sudan has been very minimal. As such, major development of higher education, infrastructure, ICT, and science, technology, and innovation has not been fully realized. UNESCO and other developmental partners have been supporting higher education to establish and strengthen the faculties of education, ICT, and other faculties in public universities and technical colleges through technical and infrastructure support. Apparently, many of the prevailing gaps in higher education in South Sudan includes the high need of funding to enable improvement of educational infrastructure, strengthening the faculties of science, technology, and innovations, and the adaptation and establishment of AI. In conclusion, South Sudan, like other developing countries, we are at the initial stages of AIED implementation, has not developed clear policies to a regular AIED application in her education system. It is, however, an inevitable path that must be taken urgently and achieved as soon as possible through the help of our partners. I therefore urge this forum and the development partners present to support South Sudan in fulfilling the prevailing gaps in the higher education sector, especially infrastructure development, strengthening and equipping university faculties, and therefore contributing to access to quality and equal higher education for South Sudanese. Thank you very much. And as a demonstration of how we don't have the facilities, thanks to UNESCO Juba, we are now using their facility to attend this informative conference. We appreciate the invitation and take care and stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Chang. Thank you for sharing that experience. As we said from the outset, moving increasingly towards a global educational space, parts of our shared humanity, and yet we do have a diversity of realities culturally, but also in terms of development challenges. And it is very useful to hear your perspectives on that. What we do share also in this past year across the world is the disruption caused by COVID, the educational disruption. The cost in terms of learning, in terms of potential interruption, disengagement, and dropout of students, we are aware, but also shared in this experience is at least an awareness of the need to transform education, not only in terms of increased recourse to technology, AI being a piece of that within the distance learning, but also how we need to rethink the role of teachers, as you had said, curriculum, the types of competencies, assessment, as we had heard from different speakers. So keeping and mindful that we are running a little late, but keeping within the same region, I would now like to turn to Ethiopia, to His Excellency Gutahan Mekuria, Minister of Education. Ethiopia has been one of the fast developing countries over the years, and the country has attached high importance to the use of technology in education. And UNESCO has been cooperating with your ministry in developing a national ICT and education policy. So, Your Excellency, we would like to hear your perspectives on how the government is planning to promote the use, the ethical and equitable and effective use of AI in education. Your Excellency, the Minister, the floor is yours. Minister Mekuria. We seem okay. Minister Makuria, we see that you're connected, but your microphone might be muted, and we would also need you to turn on your video. Minister Mikuria, if you're hearing us, you would need to unmute and to turn on your camera. Excuse me. As we await to connect with the Minister of Ethiopia, we'll move back to Europe and to Croatia with the State Secretary, Ms. Ivana Franic. And just in way of background, the ministry, in cooperation with UNESCO, has developed and adopted the National Strategic Framework for Digital Maturation of Schools and School System in Croatia. And we have learned that the system has made a positive contribution to the government's response to the school closures related to COVID-19. As a government with a forward-looking vision of digitalizing school systems, how is Croatia taking a holistic approach to the use of AI in education and the development of AI competencies? Your Excellency, Ivana Franic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. That's very correct what you said. Thank you for this kind introduction. Your Excellency, distinguished Minister Cheng Baosheng, distinguished Assistant Director General for Education, Ms. Stefania Giannini, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be with you today at this high-level panel. I would like to extend a warm greeting on behalf of our Minister of Science and Education of the Republic of Croatia, Professor Radovan Fuchs. I'm very glad to notice that so many of you could participate and hope that you and your families are all in good health. The COVID-19 disease caused by the novel coronavirus is unfortunately rapidly spreading worldwide, and the number of cases is very high in Europe. Our thoughts are with those who are suffering because of this disease. As it has been already said, the potential of AI in education has been researched, debated, and discussed for nearly 30 years within the academic community. This topic is discussed from many different viewpoints and in different areas. What everybody seems to agree on is that the field of AI has changed significantly in the past couple of years and will likely continue to do so. There are great potential benefits, but there are risks as well as opportunities with AI in and for education, especially now in the context of the COVID-19 crisis. We therefore need to proceed diligently and prudently into a new educational environment where AI is used to support learners and teachers, and where we also prepare learners for a future world in which AI plays an increasing role. There are some facts regarding the school system that cannot be ignored. Even after several years in school, millions of children cannot read, write, or do basic math. This learning crisis is widening social gaps instead of narrowing them. Young students who are already disadvantaged by poverty, conflict, gender, or disability reach young adulthood without even the most basic life skills. In this context, AI-based education could be a solution to social and economic problems. Allow me to briefly introduce what we are doing in the Republic of Croatia. Already in 2017, we started a project of introducing digital literacy to various subjects and after-school programs by using microcomputers. Of course, with the aim to develop students' digital competencies, foster creativity and innovation, and an interdisciplinary approach to the use of information technologies. Furthermore, information technology was introduced in 2018 as a compulsory subject in the 5th and 6th grades of primary school. To prepare for the introduction of the new subject, additional teachers were employed, specialized classrooms were equipped, and teachers were trained to implement new curricula focused on learning programming. The Croatian Academic Research Network, the abbreviation CARNET, launched in 2015 the pilot phase of the e-schools project you mentioned, which equipped 150 schools and developed various support tools for them. All schools in Croatia will be therefore included in the major project, which is implemented in the 2018-2022 period. I think it is worth to say or to repeat that UNESCO ranked CARNET's pilot projects entitled E-Schools Establishment of a Development System for Digitally Mature Schools among the top 12 out of 143 projects from 79 countries in the world in the area of applying ICT in education in 2017. As part of the e-school project, CARNET, together with partners, developed a system for learning analytics with functionalities tailored to the users. A learning analytics system involves measuring, collecting, analyzing, and reporting data about students in order to understand learning and the environment in which learning takes place. Learning analytics is used to predict, personalize, and intervene when students need help, visualize learning information, and create a system to predict student achievement. The data mining and predictive analytics system allows data analysts and scientists to find relationships between data, identify predictors using data mining tools, develop and test predictive models, and apply models to actual data. The developed system enables the development of own algorithms or models. Dealing with learning analytics that include machine learning techniques and methods and elements of so-called deep learning as a subset of the entire field that includes machine learning, CARNET, Croatian Academic Research Network, has laid the foundations for artificial intelligence. Further steps go in the direction of developing the educational data lake as a central repository and database created also by CARNET, maintained, provided, and made available to users inside and outside the education system with the principle of greater openness and accessibility, but also respecting the highest security, ethical, legal, and other regulations and principles with the aim of creating new value and new services for the benefit of the educational and wider community of the Republic of Croatia. In order to improve the learning outcomes and the quality of the educational process, we plan to develop personalized learning systems. The goal is to provide each student with a learning plan based on how he learns, what he knows, and what his skills and his interests are. This approach will help students to engage and take initiative and control over their learning. The goal of personalized learning is to enable students who achieve good results to progress faster, while at the same time, students who do not achieve good results will get the help and support they need faster. There are several approaches to personalized learning, and one of them is the creation of an e-portfolio, digital student profiles, as a tool that provides the ability to record and track useful information. In this way, records provide a deeper understanding of the individual strengths, needs, motivation, progress, and goals of each student. Personalized learning is closely related to the segment of self-testing and testing of students, which, with the help of artificial intelligence, can improve the personal achievements of students in the field of national matura, for instance, or PISA testing. Artificial intelligence, we will all agree, has been around in our lives for a long time. And as its role becomes greater and its presence more and more obvious, it is very important to approach this technological and ethical challenge strategically. This is especially true for AI in education, where the algorithms behind AI can, due to the intention of the creator of the algorithm, and most often without, contribute to the gap both among schools and among students. Thus, for example, a system of smart recommendations can, taking into account previous results, systematically recommend simpler and simpler tasks to students with poorer results. In other words, the smart recommendation system must not rest on just a few parameters. Therefore, to ensure that AI in education does not result in a growing gap, the human role will continue to be crucial. For instance, the role of the teacher to judge whether the student is really inadequate for more difficult tasks. It is necessary to have teachers of high professional and moral standards, familiar with the positive and negative characteristics of AI. All these issues today inevitably require the inclusion in the discussion relevant scientific disciplines more than ever, but also several non-scientific perspectives or better cultural perspectives. Thus, for example, an integrative bioethics, the notion of pluriperspectivism emerged, which help us to address many moral dilemmas of today, as well as the role of AI and the role of science and technology in modern civilization is in general. Since, as we heard already today from Ms. Giannini, the AI should be in service of humanity. A large number of panels in the area of bioethics and education were held in recent years in the Republic of Croatia, and numerous lectures were held in public and at colloquiums of the Croatian Philosophical Society. For instance, in the Scientific Center of Excellence in Integrative Bioethics. The most remarkable forum was the one dedicated to the impact of digitalization, especially smartphones and tablets, on the development of children. In the field of neuroscience, lectures were organized by Croatian Institute for Brain Research. A special attention was attracted in the efforts to point out the consequences of the premature digitalization of children. By all accounts, the risks posed by AI in education are profound, but so too are the benefits that could be leveraged to tackle entrenched injustices faced by learners across the globe. Learners, educators, and societies as a whole should, without question, be cautious about introducing AI into any form of learning environment. However, there could well be tremendous opportunity costs to overzealous levels of caution. The right balance needs to be struck. We want to see AI being used to increase access to education, to advance teaching and learning, and to broaden educational opportunities, thereby enabling inclusive, holistic human flourishing. AI is already in our lives, directing our choices, often in ways which can be harmful. There are some legislative vacuums around the industry which needs to be filled fast. The first step is to agree on exactly which values need to be enshrined and which rules need to be enforced. Many frameworks and guidelines exist, but they are implemented unevenly and none are truly global. AI is global, which is why we need a global instrument to regulate it. Let me conclude. Dear colleagues, we recognize the benefits in the availability of teaching content, opportunities for quality independent learning, the ability to adapt the content to each student, his interest and abilities, easier creation of curricula and teaching materials, which certainly contributes to a student-centered approach that is an integral part of modern pedagogy. Therefore, the appropriate use of artificial intelligence should open the doors of classrooms in order for students to achieve better success and prepare for the future. Thank you very much for your attention as well as for your invitation.
Thank you very much, State Secretary Franic, for that presentation and for embedding the experience and the approaches of Croatia in the broader issues around our shared humanity and keeping as a North Star a holistic development that should aim to for human flourishing, to use those words. You're right to say that also that AI has been around for long, but that things have developed recently, and good to see in the case of Croatia the strategic approach to AI, both technologically and ethically, strong policy support, yet also very strong research input or leveraging of research as you try to balance cautiously, I would say, the opportunities that this represents for education as well as the potential risks. So thank you very much for that and for sharing that approach and that vision. I'd like to now just check if we do have Minister Mekuria of Ethiopia. We had a little difficulty just connecting.
Yes, I'm here.
I'm
here. Thank you very much.
With
yes, I'm here. I will be
the
on
technical support people.
Yes, I'm.
Minister Mekuria, I believe you are connected.
Yes,
we
I'm
might not have the video, but if the floor is yours,
okay.
If you would like to come in through audio.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I will be staying on picture, on audio. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Minister Mekuria.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
The floor is yours.
Okay. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Sorry for some technical difficulties I've had because of where I am, different location. So thank you very much. It has been an honor for me to say something on this very important event. I would like to thank you, Ms. Stefani from UNESCO DG, Mr. Mukuvo, Chairperson of the Executive Board, and also Mr. Chen Baosheng, Minister of Education of China. Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Let me limit my speech only with the very important one. So currently, the generation we are leading, the generation we are educating in our general education, to my understanding, have two different citizenship. The first one is the physical citizenship that where they are born, and the second one is the virtual citizenship. So we in the education sector have to fully understand that our kids, the kids in schools, are more attached to their virtual citizenship than their physical citizenship. So that means that the current education system has to fully understand this shifting concept of the identity issue of our kids. So as a Minister of Education, leading more than 27 million students, 47,000 schools in Ethiopia, it starts to worry me that my students, my kids are rather virtually identified than their physical identification. So that means that in the coming 10, 20 years or 15 years, this shift that is already happening in the minds and hearts of our kids should be well understood, well captured in the curricula that we are going to teach. So as per the 3 or 4 themes of today's agenda, I would like to stress more on the third agenda, which says about curriculum development. So it's my very strong request to all of us, to the Ministers of Education, to UNESCO, that we have to commit, Ministers of Education have to start to commit themselves in a total overhauling of the curricula, starting from the KG, elementary school, secondary school, and we don't have to wait to bring this transformation till they arrive the university level. So, that's some commitment with the initiative of UNESCO and with the initiative of what China is now doing to really come up with a certain level of consensus, certain level of road plan, whereby this total digital transformation, digital overhauling of the education system, curricula system has to be well taken. That's number one. Number two, which is very critical, very close to my heart, is the infrastructure issue. So while we discuss about the contents, about the curricula issue, about digital transformation, it cannot be materialized without a proper physical infrastructure in each and every school we have. As an example, in Ethiopia, I have, as I said, more than 26 million students in the general education, primary, secondary, and KG. I have 47,000 secondary, 47,000 schools, both in the elementary and secondary. And from these 47,000 schools, only less than 500 of them, which are secondary schools, have a connection of less than 2 megabits per second internet connectivity. So I came from the technology background. I was a Minister of Science and Technology for 3-4 years. So when I start to bring this digital transformation in the education sector over the last 1 year now, the main challenge I see is the infrastructure is not yet there, especially for us in Africa, in many developing countries. We have to have an international, maybe UN-driven, UNESCO-driven, all countries involved, the connectivity to the education institutes, to schools, should either be invested by governments or subsidized or free of the heavy monthly charge to operators. So this meeting should equally consider the importance of provision of free connectivity to schools. Without this, I tell you, without this, it doesn't go far. It doesn't be realized. So the two things, curriculum transformation should be totally overhauled. We as member of the UN member states should be committed maybe in the coming 3 to 5 years to totally overhaul the curriculum system. And also the issue of connectivity should somehow be dealt with at higher level, at UN level, at UNESCO level, at all member states. If we do that one, surely the issue of AI, the issue of data science, the issue of anything that is coming up in the coming 5 to 10 years will be materialized. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Mikuria, for these insights. In your reference to citizenship and the balancing between physical and virtual or digital citizenship among the younger generation, I think is one of the key issues. We have at the, as part of the 2030 agenda, what we refer to as education for global citizenship. It's really about citizenship in a world that's increasingly connected. So we do have our cultural and local realities, parts of what you're calling the physical citizenship, but we are increasingly, in the young generation, increasingly connected in this global space, and the implications of that reality going forward in terms of curricula design and the civic and social components of curricula development. Your second point, also very key on the physical and technological infrastructures. If we learned also something in the COVID-19 pandemic disruption and the educational response to that disruption, is how crucial connectivity is. Yes, we have used a range of technologies in distance learning, but online has been one of the key ones, and that connectivity remains an issue. And we have seen it pivot also from connected schools and connected educational institutions to the importance of having homes and households connected. There is also, in relation to that, and I think going forward, looking at the futures, that we may be broadening our understanding of the right to education, and that connectivity, or the right to connectivity, will have to be understood as part of this right to education. Thank you very much for those insights. We are way past our allotted time, so we are coming to a close. I'd just like to thank all of our speakers. I think some very useful insights to take into the various sessions and the breakout sessions as well tomorrow. At this point, we are definitely behind schedule. Our next session is the plenary session on defining and developing AI competencies. I am not sure if we will go with the initial break we had planned, but we might just in 2 minutes connect back on this same link for the plenary session on developing AI competencies. Thank you very much to all ministers and speakers for your useful insights and for inspiring us for the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Shall we start?
Distinguished speakers, distinguished participants, welcome to the plenary session on defining and developing artificial intelligence competencies. This is the longest session. They will last for 2 hours. With this delay, I hope we can finish this session on time. This session is devoted to the topic on the definition and development of artificial intelligence competency. And with this session, we will have 3 objectives. The first one, we will invite some opinion leaders to deliver keynote speeches on their views of how the artificial intelligence will influence, will impact on the imagining of knowledge and education, of course, under the principle of inclusion and equity. The second objective will be to share some new ideas on the definition of the artificial intelligence competencies for different grade levels and different contexts. And the third objective will be to invite some project manager or policymakers to share national strategy or project on developing AI competency. We will start with the 4 keynote speeches, followed by 6 presentations. So that's the arrangement of this session. First of all, I have the great honor to introduce the first speaker, Mr. Diego Globelbeck, who is the Executive Director of the National Institute of Technology Education of Argentina. We know that Argentina has developed AI curriculum for K-12, and with a focus on developing coding skills for primary and secondary kids. So we are very keen to know how you are implementing the program and what you have achieved and what kind of challenge you are facing and how you are overcoming them. So Diego, the floor is with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miao. I'm very honored to represent the Ministry of Education of Argentina here in the name of the Minister, Mr. Nicolás Trota. I'm going to share my screen, hopefully. Just a second. And I'll try to keep on time. As I said, I'm representing the National Institute for Technology Education, and we are actually dealing with the main 3 questions that were posed by the Beijing Consensus regarding education systems using AI, how can education prepare humans to live with AI, and finally, how can we use it to enhance or reinvent education? Going back to Argentina, I have an agenda here, and don't worry, I know I have just 8 minutes during my morning, your evening, and I'm going to go very briefly through these points. Let's start with education in Argentina on the face of COVID-19. As the whole world has done, we have been forced to redesign the whole system during lockdown, and I would like to say that we have been kind of successful by developing virtual platforms, and our main goal is to have digital inclusion. It has not been universal, but we have made great efforts for going to every kid, to every student. Of course, regarding presential activities, we have all developed sanitary protocols and we have to keep them enforced. Our priority is students that have to end their cycles, both primary and secondary, although we know that about 10% of the population has very low levels of communication with the system. So that's where we are going to go for in the summer. You know, we are in the south, so we are starting the summer now. So our opportunities will be for relinking these students. Finally, we need to commit for evidence-based decisions, and that's what we are trying to do regarding what the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Science is telling us. We believe we are kind of ready for 2021, which will certainly include dual education systems, both distant and presential. Having said that, let's move into science. We all know that AI has proved to be very useful for finding solutions to the pandemic, including diagnosis, treatment, hospital logistics, image analysis, epidemiological modeling, as you can see in this paper from Argentinian physicists. However, we do have, at least in our country, very little research regarding AI in education. How can we use it for our educational system? So what are our challenges for AI in education? First, are we going to use it for surveillance purposes? Is it going to monitor schoolwork? Who is going to govern algorithms? Since we know that algorithms are weapons of mass destruction, right? Are we going to turn teaching into data? Is it going to be a datafication of teaching? How are you going to use AI and technology for inclusive education, and especially in developing countries like mine, like myself, right? Our country. What about AI having to do with gender studies? Is it really equal? And of course, the main question that comes out from the Beijing Consensus having to do with AI and the future of work. I mean, can we think about the future without artificial intelligence? Of course, the answer is no. And finally, as I said, another challenge is the use of artificial intelligence as a tool for education, for statistics, for being able to know how students are developing and what to do in individual terms. That's something that needs to be done, and it's a real challenge for us in Argentina. Of course, another of the main challenges has to do with ethics and inclusion. Argentina has been very actively participating in UNESCO's recommendation for ethics in AI, and we hope that this will be enforced and discussed very soon in the plenary session of UNESCO. The main three questions, I would say, are privacy rights in terms of AI and the protection of personal data. But also in a country that is very heterogeneous as mine, and many of you will understand what I'm saying, what are we going to do regarding minorities? Are they going to reach the usefulness of AI? Will we leave them behind? And again, we need to be sure that even though algorithms are hard data, behind algorithms are humans that are biased. So we need to be very careful about the ethics of AI regarding these biases. Finally, the theme of this plenary session has to do with competencies in AI. So I'd like to speak for a couple of minutes on talent development. In our country, science and technology are not the most popular careers. Between 1/4 and 1/5 of our university students enter science and technology, and we believe that's too low, and we need to foment that people go into science and technology. However, if we only focus on science and technology, we won't be able to cover all areas of artificial intelligence, which we know spans across many disciplines, not only science, but also philosophy, sociology, and so forth. As our host was saying, Argentina has been, in the last few years, trying to integrate programming and robotics into basic education, starting with initial education, primary and secondary education. This is a very recent program, and we are starting a new national plan for science education that its main tool is going into programming and robotics and slowly getting into AI notions for secondary education. We do have a program that promotes computer science starting from primary school. This is being done by the Ministry of Science together with the Ministry of Education. My own institute, the National Institute for Technological Education, deals with technical education. And although we have a very good level of traditional careers in construction, mechanics, electronics, and so forth, our main challenge is how to introduce AI, robotics, and data sciences in secondary technical education. And that's what we're doing right now, regardless of the pandemic that has really slowed down our efforts here. Continuing with talent development, we cannot do this alone. We are doing a number of international collaborations, like a Center for Data Sciences where we are running with France, and a new India-Argentina Centers for Excellence in IT that is going to be started next year, and it's going to be under our institute. Indeed, in university education, nothing can be done if we don't go into new facilities and also fellowships for students to be encouraged to go into data sciences and machine learning. And that's happening all over the country, and hopefully starting from next year after the pandemic, that will be seeing some results. And also, we cannot stop at mandatory education, but we are also developing continuing education programs for workers and professionals. This is absolutely new in the country. Our continuing education programs for workers do not cover data sciences and AI, and that's where we want to go. So what are going to be our indicators here? Well, are we going to create new programs, new careers? How many students will we be able to be literate in artificial intelligence? How many fellowships are we going to be able to offer? And finally, does it really have an impact in job opportunities? I mean, all that we do in education, how does it translate into people getting new and better schools for their quality of life? So in conclusion, post-pandemic education in Argentina will need to continue digital transformation, but especially maintaining an inclusive approach and objectives. That's our main goal, to be inclusive while including new topics like AI. We are starting to include IT, robotics, and computer science in mandatory initial, primary, and secondary education. And we need to promote new careers that include AI as their core subject. That's happening very slowly, but we need to accelerate this. We need to enforce international and national guidelines for ethics in AI, like the UNESCO recommendations I mentioned a while ago. And finally, AI should be a tool for evidence-based public policies in education. We don't need to be guided by opinions or surveys, but by evidence-based public policies. This is a very hard times for education, but I'm very positive, and this kind of meeting that is being staged in China, but is really all over the world, could make us quite confident and relatively optimistic that if we are together, if we stand together, we shall overcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diego, for a very comprehensive overview of what Argentina is doing in this field. I think I appreciate very much your mention and your discussion around the different layers of the ethical issue relating to AI. Actually, you mentioned the regulations of algorithm. But behind that, you mentioned the human bias that is under the design of the algorithm. We should pay attention. A second one, you highlighted the importance of the use of artificial intelligence to advance inclusive education, which is in line with UNESCO's core value and principles. And I very much appreciate the lifelong learning pathway you highlight in terms of developing AI competency. You start from the AI robotics programming for primary schools, and then you mentioned the development of AI workers, the AI professionals, but you also move on to mention the importance of developing AI talent for countries to serve the national competitiveness of all the countries. And you also mentioned that it's very important not only to educate people with AI skills, but to try to connect the AI competency development with the job opportunity. I think this is a very holistic and systematic thinking. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to move on to the second speaker. I have the great honor to introduce His Excellency Professor Chen Qun, Vice Mayor of Shanghai. Many people were tipping that China probably is one of the leading countries in the AI, including in the use of AI in education. If it's true, I think Shanghai should be one of the leading cities in China in terms of the promoting of artificial intelligence, including the use of AI in education. So, and a very quick introduction as well. Excellency Chen Qun is not only the Vice Mayor. Actually, he's a very famous scholar in China, especially in physics and in the area relating to computer science. So now we have the great honor to listen to his speech. Mr. Chen Qun, the floor is yours.
好，这位主持人先生，
Distinguished guests and Mr. Miao, thank you very much to have the chance to discuss with you. And currently, we know that there is a new round of the technologies represented by AI, reshaping the education and changing the way of the knowledge acquisition. So last year's conference have passed the Beijing Consensus and come out with the education blueprint about AI era in 10 areas, providing the policy guidance for different countries. Shanghai is one of the piloting countries about piloting cities about education development in China. In recent years, we have keenly felt the changes brought by education of AI. And now, based on the Shanghai experiences, we'd like to share with you our reflection. The first one, the foundation of AI empowering education is the connectivity and the high-speed way of the data. Shanghai focuses a lot about building the information network and platform of education. We are unifying the whole education data standard and norms of the city. We have established the very big database covering the teachers, students, and schools. So very effectively eliminate the information silo. This year, faced with the unexpected COVID-19, Shanghai rapidly have set up the online educational system and our very strong information platform and the data environment has made sure that we can provide the online services to the 3 million students and teachers to get online at the same time. And currently, we already realized the full coverage of 5G. We are becoming the most intensive city with the 5G stations. So this is providing the better foundation for the wider application of AI in education. Secondly, to strengthen the application scenarios of AIED is the key to AI empowerment of education. We are taking this as an opportunity to promote the technology can be applied into different aspects, including teaching, study, evaluation, and testing. And we are making sure that when the technology is secure and reliable and controlled, we can fully make sure that AI can promote the reform of the education. The evidence has been shown that the AI-empowered school is changing profoundly. One is that the personalized teaching and study is becoming realized. AI can track the learning behaviors and recording the process and analyze the process and find out the features and the obstacles of the different students. And secondly, it can greatly improve the efficiency of teachers by who are assisted by AI. For example, now the English and math and other subjects in part of the school in Shanghai are using the technology for the test papers reading developed by the AI enterprises, and the results have been shown that the computers can give the rating with the same level of the teachers and can reduce the human resources and improve the efficiency and accuracy. And thirdly, the students' comprehensive competencies will be shown more directly. Shanghai pay more attention to the all-round development of the students, and now we are relying on AI to generate the portrait of the students, which is more personalized and direct. This will be used when the students are recruiting, when the schools are enrolling the students. And thirdly, we are strengthening the cultivation of the high-end talents of AI to improve the core, and that is the core to improve our AI levels. And currently, the AI industry is developing very fast. At the end of 2019, the numbers of the AI is ranking the second and the fourth. And, of course, we are going to continue to make sure AI plus education will better serve the society and serve the cultivation of the talents. From the practice, we can find out that the AI is starting to change or help the content creation, the education model, and the environment, but still at the starting point. And in the future, we'll continue to follow the guidance of the Beijing Consensus, promote the integration of AI and education, promote reform of the pedagogy, and to improve the efficiency and realize the balanced development and realize the modernization of education. At the same time, we are engaging with international cooperation exchanges based on the UNESCO's Teacher Education Center in Shanghai, we are about to build the public product of math under the AI environment, strengthen the mutual learning to make sure that the educational reform in the area of AI will be more will enjoy more vitality. That's all from my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chen, for respecting the time. And your presentation, your speech is short, but with a lot of useful information. And I found that you highlight the importance of the use of AI in different aspects of education, including the management, teaching, learning, examination, and evaluation. But also you echo the first speaker by seeing the importance of the AI talents development, and you even present us the gap of the AI talents. You mentioned the 20,000 gap for the AI talents, and I really appreciate of you mentioning your commitment to share open source resources with other developing countries, especially through the Shanghai Teacher Education Center, which is UNESCO Category 2 center based in Shanghai. Thank you very much for your inspiring speech and your commitment to the cooperation with UNESCO and with the other member states. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen Chun. Now I have a great pleasure to introduce the third speaker, who is Mr. Bai Yunfeng, the one of the co-founder and also the board chairman and the president of the Tall Education Group. I have very special pleasure because the Tall Education Group over recent year has been one of the strongest partners with UNESCO. And with my direct involvement, we have signed 2 framework agreements on the cooperation between UNESCO and the Tall Education Group. I would like to see that the Tall Education Group become almost the leading partner in the field of AI and future of learning. So, and at the same time, to my knowledge, the Tall Education Group is also one of the leading company, especially in China, in terms of developing and using AI solutions for learning. So with this, and have a very good relationship and honor to invite, Mr. Bai Yunfeng to deliver his speech. Yunfeng, you have the floor.
非常感谢主持人的介绍，各位尊敬的领导，各位来宾，下午好。非常感谢有机会。
Thank you very much for the introduction of the moderator, and ladies and gentlemen, good day. I'm very glad to be here, attend the International Forum on AI and the Future of Education to discuss about AI and education. Now, the AI is promoting the profound changes of different aspects, and it is the same with the education era. So with the AI, many people's life and the way the work has been changed profoundly. And we have found out that AI is gradually enter into the deep area of the education.
Last year, President Xi emphasized the importance of artificial intelligence in education, and also in his congratulatory letter to last year's conference on artificial intelligence and education, he mentioned that we have to utilize the strength provided by artificial intelligence so as to provide equitable, suitable education to everybody. We, as an enterprise who consider promoting the development of education as a mission, feel both challenges and opportunities in the future. And I think these are opportunities and challenges in front of everybody. Next, I want to share with you our insights on 3 aspects. First of all, the development of online education is not perfect. However, it is great for promoting equitable and high-quality development of education. At the beginning of this year, when COVID-19 happened, around 1.4 billion students and young people couldn't go to school. And after that, the Ministry of Education in China took quick measures and decided that even though the schools were suspended, students should continue to learn. In order to cooperate with the competent authorities of education in implementing this decision. On January the 2nd of the lunar calendar, my company set up a special fund and also a team so as to help students in Hubei province as well as around China to learn from home. Tens of thousands of the teachers from our company only took one day off during the Spring Festival, and they went back very quickly to providing online education from 8:30 in the morning to around 10 in the evening. Students could be off at 8:30 p.m., but teachers continued their work. Every day, there had been about 60 million people viewed our coursewares, etc. And also, we helped about 595 public schools in building their online, especially live teaching systems. Around 30,000 teachers benefited from our practice, and 70% of them are from less developed areas. And in March this year, we responded to the appeal of UNESCO, and we started to provide thousands of high-quality courses for children around the world on the platform. China is the largest developing country, and rural-urban imbalance exists, as mentioned by previous speakers, and also resources have not been evenly distributed. This year, together with the Beijing Normal University, we did a survey among kids in about 256 counties in terms of online education, and we realized that online education can help offset the lack of educational resources in less developed areas. And these could really help those kids to have access to cheap and good educational resources. Ever since 2010, we started to do research, and we worked with the China Foundation for Poverty Alleviation in Shanxi, Guizhou, Yunnan, Sichuan, and other places altogether in 40 counties from 18 provinces. We hoped to provide educational resources for those kids in remote areas through a public welfare platform, and we provided better and equitable and open teaching resources for about 100,000 faculty and students so that these kids from poor areas could also have equal opportunity. I want to share with you a very short clip. Now, with this system, students could learn very quickly, and also it's easier for teachers to teach. Now we have covered almost all of the schools, and around 60,000 students have benefited. That's in Yangshan, Yizu Autonomous Area of Sichuan Province. We provided this customized local language dialect and Chinese learning module, and we integrated voice recognition and voice evaluation technologies, and those were very popular. And also, UNESCO granted this project Certificate of AI and Inclusiveness and Innovation Demonstration Projects for 2020, recognized our effort and contribution in inclusiveness. Out of the data we show, by far, this project actually has benefited over 70,000 kids from those areas. And those kids could have access to courses they need, and around 2,400 teachers have been helped by courseware provided through the platform. The development of artificial intelligence and big data is promoting innovation in education. We're having a clearer picture about the future. With online education as the main media, by combining offline and online, we're creating new opportunities, meaning we could have opportunity not only to understand the result of learning, but also the process. Oftentimes, we consider learning process as a black box. Over 2,000 years ago, Confucius in China mentioned the concept of customized education. But today, after about 2,000 years later, we still couldn't achieve that target. How could we make it possible? In terms of qualities, and also the outline published by the Ministry of Education was the starting point. By analyzing data we have come up with digital profile of the students so that to make our evaluation more precise. In 2018, we worked with the Shanghai Education Commission. We had a trial in a primary school in Luwan district of Shanghai. We recorded very precise learning trajectory of the students. By doing this, we not only know what has the students learned, what they hasn't learned, we also could understand the motivations for the students, and also the links with the results, the potential for students, etc. That laid a solid foundation. This project is the core example. In China, there are about 200 million students. Is it possible for us to have larger scale customized education? We're really looking forward in contributing to innovation education so that we can truly deliver on the concept Confucius mentioned 2,000 years ago. Thirdly, while AI and online education has been developing fast, we shouldn't ignore or forget ethics. While we do research, we have been working with UNESCO on an ethics-related research project. The purpose of the project is to explore, while there is a conflict between new technologies versus traditional education, what are the reasons behind the conflicts? And we try to figure out solutions. We provide feedbacks to UNESCO in terms of the practical issues that we have found in terms of AIED. And we try to define the concept of a children-centered education, making sure that the protection of children's rights is incorporated in every project. Lastly, I want to thank the Ministry of Education, UNESCO, Beijing Municipal Government for your continuous support to TAL. We are willing to strengthen our collaboration with partners both home and abroad so as to be more innovative in education so that we can develop more talents, protect IP, as well as making sure everybody could enjoy the benefit of intelligent education. Children from the world can benefit from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Beijing, for the very short but very strong speech. You share with us 3 points. The first one is specifically to me is the AI solutions on learning Mandarin for the student from nationality from a very remote region who are speaking indigenous language in their home, but at the same time they need to learn Mandarin Putonghua at school. I think it's addressing one of the challenges we are facing in terms of inclusive education. Inclusive education is not only about education for students with a disability, but also for students who are speaking the language other than the standard language that are used for teaching and learning. So I think this AI solution, to me, I'm very familiar with that. It's really a strong signal from private company to show how we should contribute to the inclusion and the equity in terms of the use of AI in education. The second one, you mentioned the data-based profiling of students and the management of education. And it's one of the most important area of using AI in education. The third one, you specifically mentioned the ethical issue relating to the use of AI in teaching and learning. Indeed, it's a very important topic. We need to uncover the uncharted issues relating to ethics in the context of using AI in classroom, in teaching, in learning, and even in the learning assessment. It's not only about the potential, it's also about ethical issue. We need more research, more review, and more ethical guidance in terms of the use of AI in teaching and learning. Thank you again. Now let's move on to the last keynote speaker, who is one of my good friends, Professor John Shou Taylor. And he's the professor in the University of London College. And at the same time, he's the holder of UNESCO chair in artificial intelligence. I guess it's the first chair in this area from UNESCO. I want to say that, he's so serious about this speech. He has spent more than 2 weeks to discuss with me and other experts in preparing this speech. He keeps a young intelligence while he's going senior in terms of his status. So I cannot wait to listen to your speech. You always bring in some new ideas. John, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Peng Jun, and thank you for this very exciting opportunity. Distinguished participants, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to be able to present some thoughts to you. So my background is technical in machine learning and artificial intelligence, but my presentation today, I want to step back from the technical and to give a perspective on the competencies that I believe should be gained by a wider population. So that's my title, Artificial Intelligence in the Wild, Competencies for the AI Era. So what's new? Artificial intelligence as a concept has been around for a long time. But as you'll see from this Chinese cookie here, something has come to fruition that we've been working on for a long time. Artificial intelligence has broken through a natural barrier between human intelligence and its artificial counterpart. Perhaps the most striking example has been AlphaZero, which appears to be playing at a level beyond the greatest Go masters of all time. And indeed, humans are learning from its tactics. This is something completely unheard of I never imagined, when I was starting out as an AI researcher, that something like this could be achieved in my lifetime, let alone, well, maybe I won't go into my age. It can be argued that playing a game is different from exhibiting common sense reasoning, but nonetheless, we're seeing advances even in those areas that interact with much more noisy data in the real world, in natural language processing, for example, that show that our general intelligence is far less unapproachable than perhaps we had supposed. So what's next? The possibility of machines offering insights and advice that match that of human beings is really, truly exciting, even if only in limited domains. And it's vital that we look into how this can be exploited both in education and in our bid to meet the other Sustainable Development Goals. How do we prepare people for this new environment? How should we equip the next generation? And I'm thinking, as I said before, more broadly than just in the technical sense of training AI practitioners and researchers. Because we need to make the most of what this technology can offer. But also we need to ensure people do not become victims of its potential for manipulation, control, and misinformation. Clearly, throughout history, people have tried to influence others, and there's nothing new there, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem with AI is that it enables a scaling of that in new ways that have already shown to be very, very effective. But equally, AI can defend against such threats. So bias in recruitment has been exposed and a deeper understanding of fairness has emerged. And AI is being used to detect fake news and other sources of misinformation. So while AI is also a weapon, it's also a defense. And we need to educate people in understanding both aspects. So what does the next generation need? It's clear that coding is vital, but perhaps not as far as the majority are concerned. Firstly, it will become increasingly automated, making it accessible far more widely without necessarily requiring deep coding skills. Though a more sophisticated understanding of data science and the ability to work with randomness and uncertainties is something that we will need to impart to young students. How to interact with AI. I think this is the thing we need to understand and to impart to the next generation. Our interaction with computing systems will be a stronger factor and influence, and to some extent it already is. And we have to understand what AI needs from humans. Again, the issues around data. So I'm going to present a slightly different perspective here on understanding and working with AI that I hope will kind of illustrate the point that I want to convey. it's a well-established psychological theory that humans have an innate ability to develop a theory of mind. And this is something that they develop not through any schooling, but through interactions with other humans. And it enables them to understand how other humans tick, and hence how to interact constructively and creatively with colleagues, with family, with friends, and so on. It's an extraordinarily sophisticated ability that we all develop, or mostly all develop. And it's noticeable by its absence, because if you fail to develop this skill, it will manifest in more or less severe difficulties in adjusting to and working in society. So this is something that we do and all develop, or mostly all develop. But in addition to a theory of the human mind, we need to train young people to develop a theory of the artificial mind. And in particular, the difference between human and artificial intelligences. It's not clear yet what such a skill will require, but certainly it will be an understanding of computational thinking, understanding how computation can be used, how it operates, but it will also be an understanding of how artificial intelligences tick, gaining insights into what they can offer and what they cannot. I think, very importantly, it must be embedded in a humanistic perspective. What is it that distinguishes humans from artificial intelligences? It's vital to build an appreciation of our humanity that goes beyond mere intelligence. As I indicated at the beginning, that intelligence is being challenged daily by artificial systems, and in many places surpassed. What is it that humanity is that is more than just intelligence? And equally, we must be aware of the dangers when AI is used to manipulate or misrepresent, when this happens and how to defend against it. So in particular, we need to empower individuals to use AI for society's benefit. And I'm not thinking here just the technical people. I'm thinking much more broadly. We need to enable people to understand, the general public, to understand what AI can offer and how it can be used. Because I think increasingly AI will be accessible much more widely than we had assumed, since the systems that will develop will actually enable interaction from ordinary users and the ability to incorporate AI into products that are being developed for other purposes, as we have seen already. So understanding what AI can offer through different applications and how AI might be used to address new problems that they encounter, be it a business problem, be it a sustainable development problem, and coming up with new and creative ways of applying AI are things that we must empower our next generation to do. And societies that can educate the next generation to take control of AI and be creative in its positive application will be those that will prosper the most. We need to give that ability to be creative and work with AI and not be manipulated by it to all of our citizens in order to ensure both the effective use of AI and its creative use, but also that it's not misused in ways that we all have seen already the potential for those happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, for the very, very inspiring presentation. And I forgot to mention that actually John was appointed by the government of Slovenia as the executive director of the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, which is the only one Category 2 center of UNESCO in this area. And this center has been playing a very active role. And John has been the leading scientist in this center. And through his speech, I think we can find a thread from the opening speech until now that we highlight the uniqueness of human intelligence, and John further developed it to see that we should respect humans' ability to create the theory of mind, but also we need to educate ourselves and the next generation, the ability to create the theory of artificial mind. I think it's a very good thread of thinking and reasoning of this morning, this afternoon, and this evening. And at the same time, he further articulates what we mean about the public good and the common good. The public good and the common good should be the guiding principle for designing algorithm for mining data. So he mentioned that we should ensure that we should empower individuals to use AI for society's benefits. It's really the the best articulation of public good and common good under the design of the artificial intelligence, which is also echo the speech from Argentina in terms of avoiding bias, analyzing the algorithm. So I think, to my understanding, this speech could set out a quite good research agenda for many of academic scholars, and of course including some designers of AI tools. Thank you very much, John. Now we finish all the keynote speech. We will move to the specific discussion and idea sharing about how we should define the AI competency. So actually, it starts with a presentation from myself and my peer, my project partner, Mr. Wen Hong. And Wen has been working with me for quite a few years, 2 or 3 years, for several UNESCO's projects. Maybe when I can show my screen, if you can stop, I have updated the presentation. Yeah, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. We would like to start with a presentation on the UNESCO's project. In general, we call it Teaching AI for K-12. And under this project, we are developing a guiding framework on the AI competency. And we will share basically several points. First one, this project, the background overview. And the second one, our ideas and thinking around this guiding framework. And when we will go on to share more ideas about some specific concepts. First of all, this project we have been implementing for a couple of years. So there's 3 components. The first one is really to think of AI skill or competency framework with a focus on K-12. So we are thinking of different aspects of the curriculum development. At the same time, we have launched a web portal, with the resources to support the teaching AI for K-12 schools. And we will go on to work with some countries in terms of developing AI curriculum for K-12 schools. And actually, based on our previous and ongoing work under this project, we have discovered that there's a multiple approach towards the definition of AI competency. We find this kind of approach. The first one is what we have been highlighting over this session and even before this session, is the human-oriented AI competency. It's a human-oriented approach towards the AI competency, including how to understand the past, the present, and the potential future of AI, and to understand the strong AI, weak AI, the potential of AI, and the uniqueness of human intelligence, to analyze the social impacts and the needed ethics of AI, and of course, relating to the data justice and the regulatory framework, regarding the use of algorithm and data. So it's quite human-oriented. And then, of course, as ADG Education mentioned this morning in the opening speech, so far, many countries are taking the technology-oriented AI competency, meaning that they are talking about mainly about AI techniques, especially in the university level, about different schools and different theories around AI, but also in the primary and secondary school. Very often, the textbook, curricula will go directly to talk about different AI technology. For example, in China, we have multiple AI textbook for primary and secondary school. Basically, they are focusing on either language processing technology or imaging recognition and processing technology. Mainly these two areas, usually no other area in the textbook of China. And at the same time, they are teaching students about the operation of AI applications, including hardware and software. And over the last speech, we have been hearing about the computational thinking. I think it's another approach. It can go back to the debate between Simon Papt, whether the programming can really train our cognitive thinking. But now we are talking about representation, reasoning, and AI, algorithm, coding, and programming. But at the same time, more and more experts, I think, of engineering thinking and design thinking relating to the teaching and learning of AI. Of course, now recent years, there's another trend, is the maker-oriented AI competency, meaning that it targets some products, some AI applications, AI tools. So that's the full approach. We need to keep a balance. And we also did a very quick mapping study. We have not finished. We need to do more to look at how the different countries are developing AI competency under different policy context. Actually, so far, there are not so many countries have developed even, overall AI strategy. And under this one, some countries mentioned, the development of AI competency for all the citizens, but some countries do not. And then we come down to the education sector, how the education sector are developing curriculum and talking about teaching and assessment of AI skills. And then how the country are doing in terms of developing AI literacy for all the citizens and the lifelong learning pathway. So, and we also find some example. For example, we also find some implementation stage. In many countries, they have the overall AI strategy, but there's no master plan, no budget, meaning that it's only a talk. It's only a document. It's not a policy. It's not a strategy. But in China, we found the 2017 China's next generation AI development strategy. It did mention the development of AI competency. And going on from there, the Education Ministry of China has developed the curricula for AI competency. It, as early as 2012, we developed the first ICT curriculum for K-12. Now it's a new version, it's 2017. It's integrated AI as one of the compulsory course for upper secondary school, but at the same time, as a kind of elective course for primary and lower secondary school. And there's a multiple textbook already developed and being used. And as the lifelong learning, teaching of AI literacy, we have not found a good example, but we find a lot of non-government initiative, including coding clubs, hackathons, and informal courses, especially the online courses. So we propose this framework is nothing new to the curriculum expert. We are thinking that we will propose some competency area, including social impact and the ethics of AI. It's more like the awareness and the social and the ethical issue. Second one is how we can help the student to understand and operating the commonly available AI tools. The third one will be, if possible, we call it data literacy, how to understand the data. And then the fourth one is relating to algorithm and programming. And then we need to go to some domain-specific AI competency, which means what kind of AI technology we are talking about. And then we will talk about the contextual problem solving under different countries' background. Of course, we need to think all the different elements of the curriculum, especially the alignment of the curriculum. It will be a ICT curricula, or it will be actual curriculum activity, or it's some activity across different other subjects, including STEMs, but also, so we need to think this. For example, in the UK, since 2013, they changed the ICT for primary and secondary school to computing. It includes some elements of AI in China. There's some good examples. And for the contextual and the domain-specific competency, I mentioned the different technology. And of course, how we should set up the curriculum objective according to the age and the grade level of learners in another challenge.
So thank you.
June, excuse me.
Could you go full screen?
Okay. Can you see the screen?
But you're not presenting. We can just see the slides.
Can you hear?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, now it's
yes,
okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. And in terms of career-related AI competency, I propose this iceberg model just to mention that we need to define the competency according to different skills needed by job and by their work, including AI professionals, AI workers, and also skillful AI users in different areas. Of course, the AI literacy for all the citizens. And I want to conclude my part of the presentation is about how we should think of a different development stage in terms of human-machine collaborative intelligence. And we start from the human-machine competitive intelligence through designing the AI, for example, the chess player to beat a human. Now we think of how to use AI to complement the human ability. And we are talking about collaborative. And in the future, we soon will reach a stage of infusing human and machines intelligence. And in the future, as Jean just presented, we hope that the human's algorithm will inspire, the machines, algorithm will inspire humans' intelligence. We need to analyze what kind of, skill level of task unit we are talking about, and the development of the power of AI. Now I want to give floor to John. You can use your PowerPoint, or you want me to play?
If I can share my screen.
Please, go ahead.
So if you can stop sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm moving forward. So thank you, Feng Sheng, for that really useful introduction. So the area I'm going to be talking about begins with AI literacy. So we've talked about, and Professor Shaw-Taylor mentioned, and many participants today have mentioned, the importance of all citizens having an understanding of artificial intelligence in a way that can be useful. So what do we actually mean by this AI literacy in terms of knowledge, skills, and values? So in terms of knowledge, we're talking about the kind of things that AI can do and also what it cannot do. In terms of skills, we're talking about perhaps the possibility of creating and using artificial intelligence. And in terms of values, understanding when AI is useful and when it should be questioned, when we shouldn't take it exactly as it suggests. So with this AI literacy, what do we do? How do we turn that into a curriculum? So there are a variety of ways Feng Sheng has mentioned. So we can have it as part of the formal curriculum within schools. We can have it as extracurricular activities. We could also have it as integrated across a wide range of subject areas, not just focusing on computer science, but across the arts and humanities as well. And we can also take a lifelong learning approach. So as Feng Sheng mentioned, we've started to look around the world to identify what different countries are doing, and we have found some examples, but to be honest, a lot of the information is not publicly available. But the clear thing is that although this information is not publicly available, we have discovered that it is mostly technologically orientated. In other words, most of the curricula that do exist, most of the courses focus on topics such as the coding, and actually only have limited reference to the human aspects of artificial intelligence. So to ensure, and as all the participants today have said, to ensure that AI enhances humanity, an AI curriculum must be both human orientated and technologically orientated. We can't have one without the other. So if it's going to be human orientated, it's got to be done by design from the beginning throughout. It can't just be an afterthought. So, as Feng Shui mentioned, to support member states that don't currently have an AI curriculum, we've been working with experts to develop a guiding framework of AI competencies. The aim of this work is to provide a reference, not to dictate, but to provide something that member states can use to build curricula that respect their national contexts. And the UNESCO framework, it begins with the broad areas of human-orientated and technology-orientated AI competencies. So to begin with then, the human-orientated AI competencies, I like to start with these to shift the balance with the technology. And the picture on the right is just giving you an illustration of some of the areas that we're talking about here. And you can see already that the picture is complicated. But we're talking about things like AI in the past, the present and possible futures. The potential of AI, both to help humans and perhaps to be difficult. The ethics of AI and its social impact, and data justice and regulation. All of these topics have been mentioned today, and what we're just doing is trying to pull this together into a coherent whole. So as well as the human aspects, the human-orientated AI competencies, what about the technology? Again, the picture is just illustrating some of the top-level beginnings of this. It's far more complex. We're talking about AI techniques, the kind of techniques that coders will be invested in and be developing and working with mathematicians, statisticians, etc. We're also talking about the technologies. In other words, when we use these techniques, what can we actually do with this AI tools? And then thirdly, we're talking about the applications, where these technologies and techniques are being used in practice. And one of them in particular is AI in education. Now, as we've mentioned earlier, the key thing is that AI crosses boundaries. It's not just fixed in computer science, it's across a whole range of things. And therefore, we're suggesting that member states consider the teaching of AI not just as a computer science topic, but across all subject areas. Not all the time, but thinking about what's relevant. So here's an example. In literacy, when we're teaching, when our teachers are teaching about poetry, you could use an AI to think about. So the question is, of these two poems, which one was written by an AI system and which one was written by a human? Now, we can all make a good guess and we could all work out, and some of us will be right and some of us will be wrong. But the general point here is it's an opportunity to enhance the way that we teach poetry by looking at the human aspects versus the machine aspect. And just to be fair, it's the poem on the left that's been written by an AI system, whereas the poem on the right was written by a human. So moving on, where we have already started, as Feng Shui mentioned, is we have built a first draft of a teaching AI for K-12 portal for teachers, which is already available in the 6 UN languages and the main languages. So it has these two areas. The first area is learning about AI. And this is a very simple set of information designed to give teachers who are not familiar with AI some understanding of the various AI topics. And then the other aspect is teaching about AI. And this is a database that's growing daily of free-to-use resources that we gathered from around the world that teachers can use to teach their students all about AI. Now, as Feng Shui mentioned, this has been going a while, but we still see it as very much the beginnings. And what we're interested in doing is building it in ways and including people in these discussions going forward. So to ensure that this happens, to ensure that we have a robust global based understanding of what AI competencies are and which ones we need to focus on in order, as Feng Shui mentioned, to prepare for the common good, then we're going to be setting up a UNESCO AI Competencies Advisory Panel. So the panel is going to comprise experts in both the human aspects of AI and also the technical aspects of AI, and hopefully from all continents. And the ambition is that we will together review and further develop the guiding framework that we've already shared today, expanding it, making it more robust, making it useful for member states to give them some guidance on how they might develop an AI curricula that's particularly appropriate for their settings. So that's it from me as well. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Wen. Can you stop the sharing? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, but I would like to share my presentation again. Can you see my presentation? I'm very, I feel a little bit, sorry. No, this one.
Feng Xun, you're sharing the main screen of PowerPoint, but not sharing the actual presentation.
I'm sharing.
I think you might need to share a different screen.
Okay. I just want to share again some slides, if possible. Now, can you see the slides display?
We can. It's still within the PowerPoint. Ah, that's better.
It's the first one, or can you see?
That's perfect.
Yeah, I just want to recap that, I mentioned the full approach to the definition of AI competency. I don't want to go to the detail. That's one of the slides. And then we present the different stages, especially implementation stage of a national strategy for developing AI skills. And we also I present this proposed framework for AI curriculum, including the competency areas, and the different setting up of the curriculum, including how to do the curriculum alignment, how to set up the curriculum objectives, suggested the learning environment, teachers and teaching methodology. So that's one slide. And then in terms of definition of the career-related AI competency, I list this iceberg model, including the skills and competencies for AI professionals, AI workers, skilled AI users, and also AI literate citizens. And then I use this slide to conclude my presentation to give us thinking about how we should predict the future development of human-machine collaborative intelligence based on two dimensions. The first one is what kind of skill level of task unit we are talking about. And we need to also think of the potential of AI, especially the rapid development of the power of the AI tools, algorithm, and the mining of data. So that's all of my slides. So I want to quickly move to the last slide to present my and Wen's contact information. As Wen mentioned, actually we are calling on for expert to make a contribution to our project. So you can take note of my email if you want to join force with us. It's very simple, f.mil@unesco.org. Thank you very much. I think we have taken too much time. I would like to move to the second speaker. And it's also a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Inga Molana, who is working in the Redbourne University. Actually, she worked together with me in the development of the Beijing Consensus. We switched together in drafting the Beijing Consensus. And over the last couple of years, we are also working for other projects. And we also invited her to be the jury member of UNESCO's prize for the use of ICT in education. She has been playing a very active role, and she's doing a lot of research and practical work in designing algorithm for recognizing learning patterns and also for enabling personalized learning. Inga, you have the floor, and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Feng Xun, and thank you very much for the invitation. Let me just make sure that this presentation screen shared okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Great. So, Excellencies, honorable guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to speak here today, and much to the UNESCO as well as the Chinese government for organizing this important forum. In this talk, I'd like to talk and highlight one specific skill that I think is very important within the age of AI, and that is self-regulated learning. So I'll be talking about all the skills needed and the skill sets we need, but specifically we'll be focusing on the skill of self-regulated learning and self-regulation, which again emphasizes the human aspects of AI that we've been discussing previously. But first, let me highlight the importance of what I call an AI mindset, and I think what the previous speakers just referred to as AI literacy. It is super important that we create a general awareness of what AI can do, and that everybody in our societies is aware of this ability. We are using pretty much artificial intelligence and encountering artificial intelligence on a daily basis throughout our societies. And therefore, it is important that we start to understand how it functions at large. And whether we use WeChat or WhatsApp or TikTok, Google or Amazon or Alibi, artificial intelligence is impacting our decision-making throughout our lives. Now, in the Netherlands, we have followed the Norwegian example by developing a national AI course to develop these general AI understanding, both for adults as well as a recently launched AI course for juniors as well, which is reaching the K-12 population. And to highlight its success, within half a year of its launch, 1% of the Dutch population actually received a graduation from this course. So I think this general AI mindset, this AI literacy throughout society is very important to generate the potential of AI within our societies. Of course, previous speakers have highlighted the importance of computational thinking as one of the skills that students need to develop, and this needs to be developed throughout our K-12 curriculum. And I very much like this particular setup that has been developed by the AI for K-12 organization, which is a US organization, and they have built this as an anchor for developing AI curricula and specifically focusing on computational thinking skills, working from how AI sees the world, how they represent it, how they learn from it, how they interact with it, and then how they can generate social impact. And I think this anchor will help countries throughout the world to develop their own AI curriculum. Now, as has been mentioned before, it's not just about the technical skills. Other skills are also important, and it's important to realize that there are a number of skills that we will not be needing, and that AI will not be developing and will remain critically human throughout this development over the next few decades. And in that consensus, we have been talking about 21st century skills, and those have been embedded in curricula around the world, and also in the Dutch curriculum. And next to the more technically driven curricula, components of computational thinking, information skills, and ICT, we also focus on communication, collaboration, cultural awareness, critical thinking, and creativity. So it's a wide skill set that we need to develop, and especially focusing on those critically human skills. Now, I'd like to focus a little bit more on self-regulation skills. Those are the skills that actually allow you to monitor and guide your own behavior, learning behavior, help you to set goals, and pave out the path towards these goals. And this is important for lifelong learning, but it is also important for being able to accomplish your goals within a changing society, such as the society in an AI era. Now, if we view the human-AI interaction that will be changing over the next few decades, this self-regulation is increasingly important because humans will be acting within hybrid human systems. And within these systems, the boundaries between human decision-making and artificial intelligence decision-making are fluctuating. So we can, in fact, on and offload tasks from AI to humans. And a very good example of that is, for instance, the self-driving car, where the car is perfectly capable of driving by itself on the highway with human monitoring, but then in more complex situations, humans are asked to take back control and actually take over from the artificial intelligence. Now, within these interacting boundaries, it becomes ever more important to be able to control and monitor your own behavior, but also to be able to control and monitor the behavior of the artificial intelligence system that you are collaborating with. Now, in a view where humans are in control, it is important to understand that within the humans in control perspective, that is the European vision of implementing artificial intelligence, AI decisions are supportive, but human agents are still in control making the actual decisions. And that means that humans at all times will continue to control and monitor the functioning of an artificial intelligence. And even if we put humans on the loop, where AI decisions are only monitored by humans, still humans need to be able to understand how the AI is functioning and what that means for their own controlling and monitoring mechanisms. So in order to keep humans in and on the loop, the human ability to monitor and control is critical. And we have to realize that almost every profession within the next 2 decades will be collaborating with an artificial intelligence. Medical doctors will increasingly take advice from an AI about the diagnosis of their patients, and teachers within the context of schools increasingly receive advanced analytics that will support their professional routines. So this is an ability that is not just for the persons that are going to be programming and functioning or creating the AI, it's also for the rest of society that will be working in an AI-controlled activities. So how are we going to develop these self-regulated learning skills? Now, in fact, we're working around the globe with adaptive learning technologies, and they have been accelerating students' development, as we heard from a number of other speakers before. Yet, within these technologies, with optimizing individual learning paths, actually self-regulation is often taken over by the artificial intelligence. So here we have to realize that self-regulated learning in adaptive learning technologies is in fact under pressure. And this is something that we have to realize and also try to resolve, because these skills are important for future learning. Now, I have a suggestion to turn this around and in fact actually use the aspect of artificial intelligence and the very power of AI to help learners develop this self-regulated learning skills. Because in fact, when systems are capable of regulating learners to a large extent, they're also capable of making explicit how they regulate the learning of the learners and make learners more aware of this regulation, model this regulation to learners, and increasingly transfer control back to learners in order to take over these skills. And within this transfer of controls, we can actually allow students to develop these important self-regulated learning skills. So what I envision is a system that will go on top of an adaptive learning technology, especially showing learners in personalized dashboards how that the system is in fact regulating the students and helping students increasingly develop these important skills. And we envision systems that go from AI regulation, as they are today, to code regulation where AI and students function together, shared regulations where students take over control, and eventually back to self-regulation where students are capable of regulating their own learning. So with that, I'd like to conclude this presentation. I highlighted the importance of an AI mindset or general AI literacy and the 21st century skill set that is a broad skill set that goes beyond the technical skills of programming and computational thinking. I highlighted the importance of self-regulated learning and the ability to regulate oneself, but also the artificial intelligence systems that you're collaborating with. And I proposed the idea of hybrid human AI regulation systems in which AI and human learners are going to collaborate together in order to build these important self-regulated learning skills. So thank you very much for your attention, and a big thank you to my lab and the sponsors.
Thank you very much, Inge, for three main aspects of your sharing. You echo the importance of AI mindsets. In another word, AI literacy. We need a different kind of thinking about the same term, I think. Secondly, you mentioned the adaptive learning, especially you mentioned the self-regulation in the learning, and it recall me about the cognitive scaffolding. in the constructivism kind of theory. I think now it's AI-powered cognitive scaffolding methodology is emerging out, and we need to think really how we could use algorithm to facilitate the cognitive scaffolding to gradually give back the control to human, to especially the young learners. And of course, you also mentioned the other perspective. I look forward to more cooperation with you in the very near future and after the forum. With this, I would like to move to the next speaker. We are supposed to have Miss Lindy Matalina, but she's not available because she fell sick over the weekend. Actually, it's a big pity because she is the founder of, we call it African Teen Geeks, meaning that to really to help the teens of Africa in doing some maker practice, including developing the digital and the AI skills. And I am looking at the presentation from him. If possible, we will share his presentation. And it's also very easy for you to search out information. If you search the keyword in Google or Baidu, African Teen Geeks, you will find out the information. And I also wish her a very quick recovery. And the next speaker will be Dr. Maimuna Sissoko Tohi. And she's a researcher and project manager in the Institute of for the Francophone countries on the education and the teaching. And actually, it's under, if I'm not wrong, the International Organization for Francophone Speaking Country. So she's based at Senegal, and we have a pleasure to welcome her to introduce one of the Institute's project on the entrepreneurship about the coding, digital coding, and use the web art creativity. Maimuna, the floor is with you. I think your mic is mute. Please unmute the mic. Maimuna, we cannot hear your audio. We can hear some sound,
Hello?
but now it's coming.
Hello?
Yes, now it's okay. Maybe you can get close to the mic.
Thank you. Hello, is it okay now?
It's much better. Maybe you can get much closer to the mic. Thank you.
Oui, allô?
Yeah, it's better. C'est bon.
D'accord, très bien. Donc, Excellence.
Hello, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to salute you all from Dakar. We would like to salute UNESCO and its partners for this very important initiative. And without due delay, we are going to present a project which the International Organization of Francophonia supports through the Institute of Education and Training in Côte d'Ivoire. The International Organization of Francophonia puts the youth as a priority of its plans, and the digital and all the skills related to AIs that are innovative systems that bring positive elements in education are very important. And we support different projects and programs aiming at education based on the digital. And we would like to welcome the Ministry of Education of Côte d'Ivoire that has supported us. In the past years, Côte d'Ivoire has stressed on adopting educational techniques of favoring self-regulation of learning and to answer those problems such as school failure school dropout, we have adopted a new technology based on the digital and the AI. The first purpose of our project is to reinforce the entrepreneurial capacities and skills of the learners to prepare them to the workplace. Many colleagues have mentioned research done in the field of AI, and a recent study which was undertaken has shown that there are no certainties today, there is no visibility about the jobs children entering in school today will be having when they leave school. And we know that the majority of the new students will not be working in state jobs. We must then give them a capacity to be entrepreneurs. We have to train them in the digital sector. And we must also, and this is our second objective, we must give the learners the capacity to develop skills, qualities, and values related to social cohesion, ethics, and sustainable development in order to facilitate their integration in the professional world. We must equip the learners to allow them to complement the work of the machine and not be the victims of the machines. And thirdly, we must create a place for the promotion and the facilitation of innovation, creativity, using the digital sector. And this last objective underlines all the work done throughout the implementation of this process. Our procedure is based on three major axes: reinforcing capacities of teachers and learners. There's also an axis for cooperation and collaboration, bringing together different stakeholders, including the private sector, the family, the private sector, of course, with there is social responsibility of companies, and there's also a central axis, which is the digital educational axis, to allow mobility and exchange of knowledge. Children learn and with their teachers how to become entrepreneurs, and this entrepreneurship is included in the school work. Entrepreneurship uses different topics such as mathematics, language, and the language teacher will teach the children how to write, express themselves, and the math teacher will teach the children how to calculate, and all together work on the digital, and children become aware of the importance of every subject taught at schools and understand that they don't learn French just to learn French or math to learn math, but they are mobilizing different knowledges to turn them into proper skills. And in the coding project, which is very interesting and which requires simple operations such as adding or subtracting or multiplying figures, and we know that at the heart of coding, you use those elements. So through coding, we show the child how to build the object, how to become creative. Of course, we know that in the future, one may not need to learn coding anymore, but we should remember the notion of creativity, which is very important. There's a very important trans-sectorial aspect to our work in the field of the digital, the social questions, humanitarian questions, breeding, fisheries, industry transformation, and the digital remaining the common element. All this being done in schools and secondary schools, So this program is being generalized in the whole country. I will very quickly give you a few elements about one activity undertaken by the students to implement one of their projects. The learners started from a specific viewpoints. They had to validate their registration online, which is done in presence in school with additional expenses. And when this is done, many mistakes can happen when you pass on financial data. There are too many people in the room, people are pushing each other, and figures get lost. And the children have decided to find a solution to this problem by developing a specific application which will allow mobile banking on the platform of the school. And this platform will allow them to print entrance tickets to avoid the problems related to registration at the beginning of the year. So students have facilitated the physical registration process and reduced the flow of children in the queues when it comes to payment of additional expenses. And here, the learners are finding solutions to their daily problems in school or outside school for all the work done in terms of digital, artificial intelligence, that this is what the students are capable of doing today. They not only have digital skills, but they are also become aware of the importance of the use of data and the management of data. The development of AI becomes a reality in the schools of Côte d'Ivoire. And what's interesting in this process is the fact that all the learners have their role to play in each project. They are all participating in building the knowledge they acquire, in building the social development, and they are getting in contact with jobs they may have in the future. And to conclude very quickly, I would like to present the new program presented by our institute under the authority of a consortium, a coalition of the COFENEN, which is the Conference of Ministers of Education of States speaking French, and the French Organization of International Francophonie. So all those institutions are working in the field of education to leave an impact on the policies of education and go towards sustainable development solutions. It is called Africa 2021, which brings together countries speaking both French and Portuguese in Africa. And we are working on the digital, gender equality, inclusion, IA, the digital, all those elements will be looked at in their trans-sectoral element. And the KIC will be the element that will add this plus to the system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mamanda, for the presentation. I think it represents one of the trends in terms of the digital skill development, meaning that the flourishing of the training methodology, especially the project-based learning, task-based learning, or problem-based learning. So we have seen a lot of this kind of design, but we need to make the learning more meaningful, relating to the job opportunity and relating to the development of skills and competencies that will be useful for them to find a job, but also for their own entrepreneurship. I think it's a very one of the very interesting trends. At the same time, this project also demonstrates a commitment to the international cooperation to provide support for Côte d'Ivoire, who is one of the rapidly developed country in Africa continent. So we would like to listen to you for more information and more details of the cooperation, because we are having a couple of projects in Côte d'Ivoire as well, and we will look forward to cooperation with you and your institute. Thank you very much. Now we move to the next speaker, who is the Dr. Chuan Johnson. He's the manager of higher education and technology under the International Association of University. First of all, thank you, Chuan, for inviting UNESCO, including myself, to make a contribution to the drafting of your declaration on the use of technology in higher education in university. And we also learned a lot from this cooperation. So now you have the floor to talk about the development of the AI skills in university and higher education.
Thank you very much, Feng Shu Miao, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm definitely honored to be part of this panel and this important discussion. And as you mentioned, yes, I work for the International Association of Universities, which is an international NGO, which was actually created by UNESCO in 1950. And we are therefore pleased to continue our collaboration, our close collaboration with the UNESCO ever since. You are welcome to go to the website to learn more about what we do, but in general, we are bringing together leaders of higher education institutions for international collaboration. In my presentation, I would like to first highlight some of the general challenges and opportunities that we are facing in this era of artificial intelligence. And then in the second part, I'll provide some example of how, what is the role of higher education and what role can it play in order to build competencies for the AI era. So as many of the speakers have already said, we are already interacting with AI systems on a daily basis through our use of smartphones, computers, and tablets and other information systems. Many of these systems are providing services that makes our life easier, searching for information, access to books, to movies, and opportunities of shopping from wherever you're based. Yet the problem is that a great majority of users do not necessarily know how their interactions affect their lives or how they contribute to the further development of AI systems. AI systems are intangible, and it is therefore difficult to perceive a beginning or an end to the interactions with them. And at the same time, AI systems develop informed about the data provided by its users. This raises important questions about transparency, about data ownership, privacy, and rights. And I think this is important for education as well. So while we may have the competencies to interact with AI systems, we may not have the competencies to understand the impact of those interactions. So it's all about the purpose. And I think that it's important to underline that we must not forget that AI is a technology. It is a tool, and it's us, the humans, who needs to set the purpose and to decide to what end we wish to use AI and why. I believe that these types of conversations, as the one that we have today, are essential because these are the ones that will help us decide what type of a future we want to create for our children and the next generations. But we have to be aware that there is always two sides of the coin. AI has the potential to improve human conditions, yet it can also be of harm. So I'll just quickly run through a few examples. We've already heard that in terms of health, AI systems can be a tool to support doctors, review information, recognize pattern even faster and more accurately than the human brain. In education, AI systems and learning analytics can help understand learning patterns and support a more individualized approach to learner rather than the one-to-many, and be a tool that actually can support learners with difficulties. In terms of culture, digital technologies also allow tracking and registering information about historical buildings and artifacts important for preservation and heritage and for the memory of the world. So these are just a few examples of how AI systems can be used for good and improve human conditions. Yet we also have to be aware of the threats. AI systems are based on data. So how do we ensure that we protect the individuals that are providing the data? how to ensure an inclusive and representative data set and avoid biased systems. How do we ensure a safe and trustworthy space where the information is used for good? And how do we ensure diversity? AI systems are often offering things based on your online behavior. So it's to some extent reducing the world that you already know rather than confronting you with new styles and possibilities. So we have to ask ourselves as well, are AI systems sometimes contributing to a fragmentation of groups of society rather than building bridges between citizens with different backgrounds, beliefs, and education? So these are just a few examples to underline that this development comes with great potential as well as great risks. It is therefore essential to have conversations about the purpose and how these systems are being used in different aspects of our lives. And for that, I think it's important that we have governance in form of policies, regulations that are anchored in the human rights. We need online spaces that are safe and trustworthy, and also in education. So let me just quickly take the example of the car. When the first automobile was invented, there were no traffic regulations, no traffic lights, and no speed limits. Over time, traffic rules have been developed, and although they're not necessarily exactly the same from one country to another, there are some universal principles that are respected. For example, the traffic lights and the different colors. These regulations serve to provide a safe environment for humans to navigate in traffic and to place responsibility in case of accidents. I believe that we need the same for AI to minimize the threats and to provide incentives to explore AI for good. Furthermore, AI systems do not stop at the border. We are interconnected globally, and we therefore also need international instruments like the one that is being developed by UNESCO on ethics and AI. We need to work together to set international standards, to inform national policies and regulations based on commonly accepted principles to create a safe and trustworthy online space. So where does that leave higher education? I believe higher education has a crucial role to play, to act as independent institutions in search for truth and new knowledge, freed from political and commercial interference. Of course, provided that governments provide adequate funding for higher education and that they operate in a context of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. Higher education fosters the acquisition of competencies such as critical thinking, ethical reflection. It generates exchanges and debates among students and staff on how their disciplines interact with AI and digital technologies, and likewise how it interacts with society. It enables students to analyze phenomena, systems, and structures that they in turn can use to contribute to society and its developments. To undertake research to understand the developments of the changing relationship between humans and the machine, and even between humans in the digital era. This is just one example of many where research can contribute to inform decision-making. To educate students to be resilient in a fast-changing world, to become lifelong learners, as well as responsible and critical thinkers with a sound moral compass. So to answer the question of this session on defining and developing AI competencies, I believe that higher education has a crucial role to play to build competencies to interact in society in the era of AI, a role that is not limited to producing STEM graduates. These are indeed important, and we see an increased demand for these, yet I believe that the issue of AI is much broader than that. It concerns all citizens. It concerns to some extent all disciplines and must be included as part of curricula in a transversal manner. I also believe that we need to ensure that we build bridges and interaction between disciplines so that the questions and inquiries of the humanities are in constant dialogue with the STEM disciplines. This is what will ensure the conversations about purpose, about ethics, and about the future we wish to create. So returning to the metaphor of the car, I do not believe that we all need to build a car and learn. We don't need to learn how to build a car in order to use it. But I do not believe that it's wise to have a foundation that allows us to integrate traffic in a safe manner. I believe that it's the same for AI. We do not all need to be programmers, but because AI is intrinsically part of our lives, we need to understand the consequences of our interactions with the AI systems. And we need to understand how the data that we supply is used and our rights in order to take informed decisions about our lives in education and beyond. I believe that education plays an essential role for this purpose, from primary to tertiary education and even beyond as part of lifelong learning. Finally, I'd just like to stress three important aspects that we have heard several times during the day today: access and inclusion. We have to remember that today only slightly 50% of the population has access to the internet and digital networks. We cannot accept that only half of the population is represented in these systems. This process needs to be inclusive and demand solidarity beyond borders. It is likewise essential to foster diversity and to ensure that AI systems are informed by representative data and not only data where it is available. This will distort the online world and create biases. And then finally, the AI agenda must be anchored in the common global good, as we have heard. And for that, we need international multi-stakeholder collaboration to ensure an inclusive process. We must constantly be critical of our own intervention and ensure that they serve a purpose. I wanted to end with this quote. I will not read it out. We don't have time. But basically, it was written 40 years ago and describing very well the situation that we are living today. I think, on the other hand, it is very difficult to imagine the world in 40 years. However, we can imagine different scenarios, and it all comes down to how we decide today to shape the digital world, to make it just, safe, rooted in the human rights, and based on the rule of law. An interconnected world where we need international collaboration to find global solutions. This is what we aim to foster at the IAU for the higher education sector, to contribute to shaping a digital world with the ambition to improve human conditions and augment human intelligence. These are also some of the principles that we have laid out in the new IAU policy statement that we are developing, also with the contributions of Feng-Shun Miao and UNESCO. Thank you, and I'm very pleased to be part of this conversation.
Thank you very much, Chuan, for the presentation. I think it's a huge challenge to present what university and higher education could do in this field. It's completely different areas. And we are very much talking about the development of AI competency in the primary and the secondary level. You are presenting the whole university and higher education, and it's an independent ocean, I want to say. So you are very brief to accept our invitation, and you summarize in a very excellent way in terms of all the opinions, concerns, and your guiding principles in the field of the use of AI in higher education. I appreciate it. Especially you mentioned the unique features of university, which are more independent, which are playing the intellectual leadership roles. And especially you recall the three fundamental issues we need to address: the access and inclusion, and diversity, and we must use AI for global common good. We all agree with this, and we look forward to working with you more about how to use AI for higher education and also how to develop AI skills within the university system. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now I want to move to another professor who is also working in the university, Professor Kim Sang-soon. My long-term good friend, who is the professor of Korean National University for Education, which I believe is the equivalent to Beijing Normal University in Korea. So he has been working in the field of ICT in education, I believe, more than 30, 40 years. And recently I heard from him that the Korean government is launching a lot of program, including training all the teachers with some AI skills. So as Korea is always one of the leading countries in the field of digital technology innovations, I'm very curious to know and to learn more about what the Korean government is doing and what's your professional views on this topic. Professor Sung, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Korean time. It's almost past 10 p.m. now, and it is the first time to present at this later time to the audiences. As many speakers have addressed, I'd like to present the Korean perspective of the definition and developing competencies in AI era. Before presenting the competency issues, let's first consider how does the AI or advanced data technologies affect to human life. AI and advanced data technologies may automate the tedious and time-consuming tasks, and it results in directly replacing human neighbors. And those technologies are AI, bots, and machine learning, and self-driving cars. Now we're experiencing a lot of robotics deployed in plant. In addition to automating human labors, AI may augment human capabilities to assist the human effort. And we are now experiencing virtual reality and augmented realities and many types of teleworks that empowers in many aspects. Eventually, the AI may amplify the human functions so that it may change humans' original being characteristics. For future generations who may live and work together with AI penetrate society, what kind of competencies that they need and how we have to train them? Generally, the competencies are the taxonomies of the knowledge, skills, abilities, and other attributes that required for the successful performance of jobs in one organizations, both now and in the future. Therefore, when we consider the competencies in the future generation, we need to emphasize over human livings in the highly automated society deepened by AI. That means we need to train our students to deeply understanding of human uniqueness for the expression of various personalities, and they have to build a warm heart for embracing human-centered thinking and caring, equipped with future ethics and the future culture to explore the significance of human existence, so that AI-empowered human may improve human life and quality and pursuing happiness that would be the target of using technologies. Another point, when we define competencies in AI era, we need to consider the working environment of augmenting human capabilities with intelligent machines. AI may not replace human, but complement and augment human capabilities. Also, AI can boost our analytic and decision-making abilities and heighten the creativity. Therefore, we have to know, even in highly AI-penetrated society, the AI system may need humans trained, humans explanations for AI's outcomes, and humans management for continued proper working. That means we need to train our student or our future generation to collaborate with AI. From these considerations, we can derive the required competencies in AI era. One main point is that the human intrinsic competency, that we already know that cognitive skills and the soft skills. The other one is that human-machine collaborative competencies, such as digital competency and AI literacy. Then I will introduce how Korea is trying to develop such competencies for AI area. The Korean Ministry of Education, last month, they addressed the strategies how to train or to educate the students for the future generation. They are trying to equip students with the minimum literacy of basic communication with AI and the collaboration with AI and the use of AI in their life. And they recommended the core competencies such as creativity and high-level critical thinking, including ethical and value judgment ability. Also, they point on the problem-solving capabilities and the flexibility of cognitive and emotional aspects. Also, they stress on the communication and the self-directed attitude, such as self-regulated learning and open-minded to the new environment, that including the IT capabilities and the computational thinking skills that should be taught in the schools. In conclusion, the Korean government, Ministry of Education, they are more focusing on the caring about human dignity in the heart of the student. That means that the students to aware of the importance of the guaranteeing of the freedom and right and protecting human dignity in the AI society. Also, the education focusing on the importance of humanity, thinking, and the value of human dignity. Also, they are trying to develop the self-directed attitude of the student. Because of the AI society, it is important to identify and break existing structures on their own and then create new structures. Also, the ability to self-induce new solutions through new questions is very important. Therefore, the Korean Ministry of Education pursue the capabilities that is required of humans regardless of the times, rather than pursuing the current technology. As Dr. Mel mentioned, the Korean government, they have the vision to plan to train 5,000 in-service teachers to empower to teach AI in schools by 2025. So in every year, the 1,000 in-service teachers are now studies at the Graduate School of Education. What is the basic AI literacy, how to use it, and what is the ethical issues of that. That's the current Korean approach to define the AI competencies and developing the competencies in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Soon. We know that Korea is the leading country that commit the largest spending to education, including school education and education beyond the school. Now, once again, we see the government's commitment to the development of students' AI competency with the as a minimum kind of literacy for all the students. And thank you for the summary about the different levels of AI for education, automation, augmentation, and amplification. And you also present how Korea government is defining the AI competency within the holistic approach of comprehensive skills and competency for students. And of course, in the framework of the human-machine collaborative intelligence, it's quite clear and quite insightful. Every time we can learn a lot from Korea. I look forward to learn more about the definition, your curriculum, and especially the training courses you are developing and you are using to train the 5,000 in-service teachers. I think they will be also very useful for other countries. I look forward to seeing you again in person, either in Korea, China, or your Paris. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now let's move to the last speaker. We placed her as the last speaker simply because of the time difference. Because Dr. Julia Waters is based at Canada. So if I'm not wrong, it's quite early morning. Professor Song that is late evening in Korea. Now in Canada, it's quite early. Thank you very much for getting up earlier and to join us. Actually, we are going to listen to a presentation about initiative we call Kids Code. And they are promoting the algorithm literacy, if I'm not wrong. Before March, we were in talk with this organization and also Canadian National Commission for UNESCO about a partnership in promoting the algorithm literacy, especially for kids. But it was disrupted by the COVID-19 outbreak. And we are now resuming the talk about the partnership. Now I have the great pleasure to invite Julia to deliver the presentation. Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Feng Chen. I'm very honored to be here. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes, perfect. Okay, great. I can't see it, so so you need to let me know when I get to the video that I'm going to be trying to show. So I'm very honored to be here to present on the partnership between Kids Code Jeunesse and the Canadian division of UNESCO. In every region of the world right now, there is a platform that is driven by AI that has an impact on youth and kids.
Really sorry to interrupt you. Actually, we cannot see your presentation.
You cannot.
I can see.
No.
You cannot see?
No, we can't. No.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm going to just start again. I'm so sorry. Let me see. Here we go. Is this? We see this now?
Yeah. It's better.
Yes, we can see now.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
great. Okay, thanks. So yes, again, I'm here to present on the partnership between Kids Code Jeunesse and the Canadian division of UNESCO. And since the launch of the smartphone in 2006, we know that a generation of kids has grown up that will never know a world not mediated by AI algorithms. And as I mentioned before, every region in the world right now has a platform that is driven by AI that is having an impact on youth and their education. And in North America, this platform is YouTube. So YouTube has greatly amplified the digital divide. On one end now, we have kids 8, 9 years old who are professional YouTubers advertising toys and fast food and making millions of dollars more than even adults. YouTube content targeted and featuring children is 3 times more popular than any other content on YouTube. Towards the other end of that divide, we have the children who are preschoolers now, whose values and education is being shaped by YouTube before they even enter school. So Kids Code Jeunesse is a Canadian charity that started in 2013. We've been supporting teachers across Canada in bringing traditional coding and computational thinking into their classrooms. And a couple of years ago, we started to take on the challenge of developing curriculum around AI. In 2019, CC UNESCO came to us with this idea of creating a public service announcement around algorithm literacy, particularly in the context of social media. And we thought this would be a very interesting window that we could open further to get into classrooms. And so we created a YouTube video. So I'm going to try and play this now. If for some reason it doesn't work, in the chat, I have put a number of links and you can go and watch this later. And if the sound doesn't work, at least there are captions. And we are a bilingual organization, so this video and all of the contents on the website are available in English and French. So, oops, did that not work?
How does the internet always seem to know what I like? Who's making these decisions for me?
I am. Sorry,
Let me introduce myself. I'm an algorithm. I live behind the screen, and I can explain how it all works. Follow me. Welcome to my home. Algorithms like me are made by people like you. Human programmers give me instructions by writing code, and then we become programs. Millions of us exist almost everywhere you look. Can you believe it?
Okay, but how come you know what I like?
Great question. When you watch, search, like, or share online, you create something called data. Algorithms use data to make connections about you and the things you enjoy. We find patterns in your data and then show you stuff we think you'll care about. Voila! Sometimes there are mistakes in my code though, and I might suggest things you don't like or that upset you. But hey, if you understand how algorithms work, you'll have the power to make your own decisions.
Cool. I didn't realize my choices matter more than yours. But wait, there's got to be more to it than that, right?
So obviously there is much more to it than that. But the objective of this video was not to explain everything about AI, but really to start a conversation around AI in classrooms and to give teachers the tools that they could use to do that. And we found that although we certainly did not expect to reach the same number of children as a professional YouTuber would, we found that teachers were very, very responsive to this as a tool, and that we were able to use it to seed some very important ideas, that AI is not always visible, that algorithms are not always right, that the training data, both the quality and the diversity, is very important, that there are emerging ethical issues which have been mentioned: bias, transparency, privacy, accountability, and explainability. The importance of being able to explain how AI algorithms are coming to their conclusions. And then the emerging literacies we would like to be able to seed: algorithm literacy, but also data, big data, modeling, and machine learning. So over here, we see a little girl beginning to conceptualize machine learning by sorting puppies and cookies and gauging her certainty level and asking questions about why would this be easier for her than a computer. And then we have found that teachers are able to keep talking about this, to start to shine a light inside the black box. And we've also found that what happens is that kids are going home and starting to ask their parents questions about this. And the parents are very happy about this, even when they can't answer the questions, because this impact of AI on kids is already such a big concern in North America. So of course, we want to continue to place the value on humans and natural intelligence, and not to devalue the potential of AI. And to go beyond just a discussion. So on this website, of course, we have materials to continue to support teachers in traditional programming. We have a primer on computational thinking and code, and then materials that can start to help teachers and kids conceptualize the difference between traditional programming, where rules and data become answers, and machine learning, where answers and data become rules that are then tested against more answers and data until a level of statistical certainty is achieved. This project has also allowed us to work with other researchers across the world. So we were able to work with Mary Webb of King's College and Andrew Fluck of the University of Tasmania on this paper, Machine Learning for Human Learners. This was published just a couple of weeks ago, and it's a much broader examination of the landscape and a deeper dive into the kinds of literacies that are going to be needed in the future. But I have linked to it in my resource slide if you want to take a look at that. Our call to action is always and remains, though, to have fun. And I think this is particularly important in the era of COVID. We're not trying to scare kids about AI, but we always forefront a play-based approach to learning to really create the conditions for both innovation and digital wisdom. So here are some of the resources. If you'd like, I linked to the slide. And if you'd like to connect with us or find out more about the project or me, there are a few contact things here. And thank you very, very much. And I hope that everybody continues to have a great day and an evening wherever you are.
Thank you very much, Juliet, for once again for making yourself available for this speech. Especially the visualization of the importance of algorithm, to me is very interesting and very useful. I think we should show this video in front of the ministers for them to understand why we are talking about the algorithm literacy, why it's important for the kids to understand what are behind the AI and how AI are using our data and how AI are manipulating our behavior. I think it's very important. Once again, I think you recall the importance of the other aspect of the use of AI, including human rights, privacy. So thank you very much. And dear participants, unfortunately, I don't think we have time for question and answer or for discussion. It's always unfortunate, but we are quite behind of the schedule. I want to conclude by saying a few words. I want to once again to reuse the word of Chuan in terms of diversity, and we know that AI is the future. AI is one part of the future. It's one part of the future of education. When we talk about the futures of education, you know, our director Sobi, who moderated the previous session, he always reminds us that it's futures. It's the plural of future. It's not the single future. And this S represents the diversity of our future. There's no single education that will suitable for all. So we have diverse futures that in front of us. So we need to choose the one that is more appropriate to us, also including the most appropriate AI competencies for the students in different countries. But we do have some commonality, and the commonality or the common understanding of the use of AI I think it has been recalled and recognized many times by almost all the speakers. Who is that, you know, we need to think of the inclusion, first of all, equity, and then the human rights, privacy, trusted technology, and accountability. And everybody is talking about the use of AI for public good, to serve the society benefit. Is not only the individual or commercial purpose. And we must develop AI as a common good across borders, because AI does cross border. So we cannot do something alone in one country and in one corner of the world without consideration of the implications for other part of the world. With this, we also listen a lot of call for action, call for international cooperation. We should not forget the developing country, especially those who are from the African continent. Tomorrow we will have a session dedicated to African priority of UNESCO, and after that we will have another session relating to the empowerment of females, women, and also we need to continue to engage the youth, the next generation, because they are representing the future. They are the people who will design the future AI tools. With this, I thank all the speakers. I thank all the participants who have taken your time, and also my very special thanks to the interpreters. And I believe that many of the participants, like my colleagues, the team in UNESCO, skipped lunch or dinner. We imitate what AI can do. They don't need food. They only need the thought of food of thoughts. But we as a human, we need food. With this, I would like to conclude this session. And thank you very much. And look forward to your participation of tomorrow's program. Thank you.
L'enregistrement a été interrompu.